All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Growth and Infrastructure. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Senator Buck?
Present.
Senator Daly?
Here.
Assemblywoman Brown May?
Here.
Assemblyman Carter?
Present.
Assemblywoman Dickman?
Here.
Assemblywoman Gallant?
Here.
Assemblyman Watts?
Here.
Chair Harris?
Here, thank you so much. We have a quorum. We actually don't need to mark any committee members present as they arrive because they are all here. So thank you all for being here on time. Before we begin, just a couple of housekeeping items. Throughout the interim, committee members may be in attendance Las Vegas, in Carson City, or may be attending virtually as we have here today. Presentations are also going to be made from all three locations. For our committee members who are attending virtually, please keep your video on during the meeting to ensure we have quorum. But if you need to take a break, please do so. And be sure to mute your microphone when you're not speaking to minimize background noise. All presenters are asked to make sure that they turn on their microphones before they begin the presentation. If committee members should have any questions during or after your presentation, please identify yourself each time you respond to a question. This assists our secretary in completing the minutes for the meeting. This is a mostly paperless committee, meaning that all meeting materials are provided electronically. Anyone who wants to access the meeting materials can find them on the committee's webpage. Anyone who'd like to receive electronic notification of and access to the committee's agendas, minutes, and final report can do so by signing up on the Nevada Legislature's website. Finally, I'd like to mention that the solicitation of recommendations memorandum and related information has all been uploaded to our committee webpage. This memo asks all interested parties to submit recommendations to us for potential legislation. As a reminder, this committee may request up to 10 bill drafts, and I encourage all members of the committee, as well as individuals and organizations, to bring forward recommendations on possible legislation for the next legislative session. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item on our agenda, which is public comment. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker, and we will have an additional opportunity to make public comment at the end of the meeting. You can provide public comment here in person in Carson City or Las Vegas, or via telephone number at the number that's posted on our agenda. Is there anyone here in Las Vegas who would like to provide public comment today? Okay. Is there anyone in Carson City who would like to provide public comment today? Welcome. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Chair Harris and members of the Growth and Infrastructure Committee, my name is Jane Amone, and I'm the External Affairs Director for the Nature Conservancy in Nevada. We appreciate the committee for hearing presentations on the clean energy supply chain today. At TNC, as we think about the climate solutions that are being pursued, we are also vigilant that the world is in a biodiversity crisis. We are losing species at a rapid rate. Most of this loss is due to habitat encroachment, fragmentation, and destruction from development and other human activity. The Nature Conservancy is interested in ensuring that nature and ecosystems are protected as we implement climate solutions. We are also concerned with the impacts that climate infrastructure has on tribal and rural communities. We advocate for a smart from the start approach to lithium extraction, mining, and renewable energy development. A smart from the start approach is one where renewable energy generation, transmission, and storage and mineral extraction are deployed with as little impact as possible to natural lands, cultural resources, recreation, and other resources that support vibrant communities. To provide some food for thought, I will submit a written comment to the committee that includes references to a peer-reviewed article and a recent TNC report that describes the potential impacts to biodiversity from proposed lithium extraction in Nevada, California, and across the U.S. We also wanted to alert the committee to a recent report from Eureka County on the feasibility of retiring groundwater rights coupled with agrivoltaics in Diamond Valley, a solution that would address the need to reduce groundwater use with low-impact renewable energy. By sharing this information, we hope to keep nature and communities front and center as we plan for our future clean energy economy. If we plan correctly, we can certainly meet our clean energy needs and also preserve biodiversity and community integrity. Thank you so much for your service on this important committee and for hearing my comment today.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in Carson City who'd like to provide public comment? Okay, not seeing anyone at BPS. Do we have anyone on the phone today?
Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you so much. As I mentioned earlier, we'll have another public comment period at the end of the meeting. We'll go ahead and move on to agenda item number 3, which is approval of the minutes for the meeting on March 13th, 2024. The meeting minutes have been distributed to committee members for review. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved, Madam Chair.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Vice Chair Watts, a second from Assemblywoman Brown-May. All those in favor, any discussion on the motion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Okay, motion passes unanimously. The meeting minutes for March 13, 2024 are approved. We will now turn to a number of presentations scheduled for today that highlight broadband infrastructure, the work of transit authorities, and emerging technologies and opportunities. We're going to start with a presentation on the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, also known as the BEAD program. Presenting here from Las Vegas, we have Mr. Brian Mitchell, who is a director of the OSIT office, which is the Office of Science and Information Technology. Welcome, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you for being here. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the committee. My name is Brian Mitchell, the Director of the Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology, or OSIT for short, and certainly it needs a shortened name. I'm very pleased to be with you today to talk about a very exciting program, the BEAD program, one that will have a profound impact on tens and hundreds of thousands of Nevadans over the course of the next several years. The BEAD program is a part of a larger initiative called the High Speed Nevada Initiative. The vision and mission of that initiative is that all Nevadans have access to a high-speed internet connection that is affordable, reliable, and scalable. Scalable meaning that as technology increases and improves and our need for greater bandwidth increases over time, that the infrastructure we put in today doesn't just meet our needs today, but will meet our needs long into the future. What you're looking at here on the map is a visual representation of all of the individual locations, so individual houses that are unserved or underserved today that don't have a broadband connection that meets that affordable, reliable, scalable, high-speed definition. Our mandate is not to bring some connectivity or more connectivity, but universal connectivity, that everybody in Nevada, even the folks way up here, will have access to that type of connection. It's a challenge, but it's one that we're enthusiastically embracing. In order to meet our goals, we have need for strong collaborations with many different partners federal partners, especially the landowning agencies, federal agencies in the state, as well as local partnerships with local governments who will play a big role in the broadband build-out. We also know that there's no single funding source that is made available to us that can meet that definition, and so we are weaving together many different funding sources. In everything, we're guided by a vision of making long-term investments in the broadband infrastructure of the state. The BEAD program is, as I mentioned, is just one part of the High-Speed Nevada Initiative and is a part of Phase 3. Phases 1 and 2 are underway in various steps, but today I'll focus primarily on Phase 3 of the High-Speed Nevada Initiative. As I mentioned earlier, we are weaving together multiple different funding sources, so about 12 in all, in order to meet that that goal of universal access to broadband. So the BEAD fund is by far the biggest, and it's but at the same time, it's one of many. Each funding source has different things that it can do or is good at, and so some funding sources are tackling one problem, and a different funding source another problem, depending on kind of the limitations and the requirements of the different funds. As you mentioned, Chair Harris, the BEAD is an acronym that stands for Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment. And there's kind of a running joke in the state broadband directors kind of universe that BEAD, so the E in BEAD stands for equity, and so BEAD without equity is bad. So thank you, Assemblyman Watts. I wanted to kind of kickstart the BEAD conversation with a discussion about equity and the digital equity plan that we have created that is an important part of the infrastructure conversation. The infrastructure, I think, sucks a lot of the oxygen out of the room. It's the big dollars, and it's, and people like seeing, well, nobody likes seeing their roads dug up, but everybody likes seeing infrastructure going in and improvements there. However, if folks don't have an internet connection that is affordable, if they can't afford their connection, or if they don't have a connected device, or if they don't have the digital skills to use that device in a way that is, that is productive and beyond just watching cat videos on YouTube, they really haven't bridged that digital divide. And so that kind of three-legged stool is what, is how I would define digital equity, is affordability. Can I afford my internet connection at home? Do I have a connected device? And do I have the digital literacy in order to utilize that device for healthcare, for education, for work, for being involved civically and so on in different ways that benefit my life. So the Digital Equity Act is a part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IIJA. And the state received about $750,000 to create a digital equity plan. Through that plan is a prerequisite to the state receiving formula implementation dollars to implement the plan. This is a part of a $1.25 billion nationwide program. And so you'll see that we have spent the last 18 months or so creating this plan, and our plan was recently approved by or accepted by our federal funder, the NTIA. So now that we have submitted our plan, the next step for us is submitting a formal application for the funds, which we are currently working on. Once that application is approved, it will unlock an initial tranche of about $9 million, with which we can begin to implement the digital equity plan. So kind of what went into the creation of that plan, significant stakeholder engagement across geographic, the entire state geographically, diverse stakeholders. We did outreach through many diverse outreach mechanisms, in person, online, via paper, and so on. And we did our best to reach out to all, unserved and underserved and underrepresented communities. The Digital Equity Act asks us to focus on the specific needs of 8 what the Act calls covered populations. So these are these 8 populations are folks that have a higher likelihood of being on the wrong side of the digital divide, and asks us to devise strategies both individually and collectively to help these folks. And what we know that some strategies that might work with folks who are in rural areas may not work with similar folks in urban areas, and so on. And so we need to have kind of an individualized and a diverse strategy to meet folks' needs. In our research and in the Digital Equity Plan, I think none of our findings would surprise any of you in terms of that folks who are members of those covered populations are more likely to have unreliable internet service, have higher cost internet service, and are less comfortable with basic digital skills. And so all of this kind of substantiated the initial conclusions that we thought would be true, and are helping us to be able to put in place solutions to help bridge some of these gaps in knowledge. So the Digital Equity Plan came up with a number of findings and the following areas of focus. I won't go through the key strategies and activities. I put them in the presentation mainly just for your reference. But we have identified strategies and key activities for each one of these individual areas in ways that will in parallel with the infrastructure development, prepare and help Nevadans to be able to access the new infrastructure that we build. Again, if we're building a lot of new infrastructure, but nobody is using it because they lack the digital equity, then us building that infrastructure is to less or of little or smaller effect than it would otherwise be. So I'm going to scroll through these. And then move on to a discussion about Phase 3 and the BEAD program. So the BEAD program is the complementary infrastructure program to our digital equity work. The BEAD program is a $42.5 billion formula grant to states, of which Nevada received about $416 million. This is kind of a representation of the timeline that we're in right now, and there's a lot of different steps. One of the questions I always get is, when are you going to be building out in my district or in my neighborhood, as we do stakeholder engagement? And nobody wants to get shovels in the ground faster than I do, but there's a significant planning process that we are in the middle of. And we're going as fast as we can. So that started a couple years ago with the creation of a 5-year plan. And so our 5-year action plan is posted on our website. We then submitted an initial proposal to NTIA, and were one of the first states, the second state, in fact, to have our initial proposal approved by NTIA. That has greenlit us to begin the implementation, which I'll talk about in a minute. And following the implementation of the program, we will submit a final proposal to NTIA that basically tells them, here's what we said we were going to do in our initial proposal, we did it, and now here's the results. And then once NTIA approves that final proposal, then we will begin construction. and all of the other work that's associated with that. Once that final proposal is approved and we officially sign agreements, all of our subawardees will have 4 years to then build out the infrastructure. So here are the initial proposal contents. It was quite an exhaustive and very comprehensive packet of information that details very specifically how we'll implement the program. Again, same kind of stakeholder engagement that we did with the digital equity we did in parallel with the BEAD program. I'll just briefly talk about some of the selected requirements for any of our subgrantees. So the network capabilities must be at a minimum of 100 megabits per second over 20, with certain latency and outage requirements. And I won't go into these, but there's very specific deployment requirements as well as service obligations. Sorry, I can't make that go away. Service obligations for these providers who will be constructing new infrastructure in unserved and underserved areas. Our initial proposal was divided into 2 volumes, both of which have been approved by NTIA. Volume 1 primarily talked about how we will determine which locations are eligible for funding, and then Volume 2 primarily addressed how we will go about a subgrantee selection process. So right now, we are in the challenge process phase of the BEAD program. And what we did was we took the latest federal maps and put them out there and offered one last opportunity for internet service providers, local governments and tribal governments, and nonprofit organizations. Those were the 3 federally mandated or required eligible challengers, and put the locations out and said this is kind of a last opportunity to make any corrections to the map. But these are the locations we believe are eligible for funds. So the first kind of step in the challenge process is a challenge to the map, and then after eligible entities submit their challenges, then there's a rebuttal phase where if a nonprofit organization, for example, challenged a internet service provider saying you actually don't provide service here, or maybe an internet service provider said we actually do provide service here, and therefore this location shouldn't be eligible, then there's an opportunity for a rebuttal. Following the rebuttal phase, OSID will examine the evidence that was submitted in the by the challenger and by the rebutter, and make a determination about whether the location will either be eligible or ineligible for funds. Following the challenge process, OSID will then implement a subgrantee selection process where we will divide the state into project areas and invite bids or invite applications from internet service providers to serve all of the locations within that project area. And all this is laid out in very fascinating detail in our initial proposal. Then once we go through and we will evaluate those proposals and make funding decisions, then we will submit all of that information about the funding decisions to NTIA for where they will check our work, and we have to certify in our final proposal that every single location on the map that is unserved today will be served at the end of the BEAD program. And so once that final proposal has been approved by NTIA, we will then begin to, those internet service providers will start work. So again, the timeline, I think, is always the question that I get is, when are you going to be building in my neighborhood? So right now we're kind of about here. In the wrapping up the challenge process, we'll start the subgrantee selection process, and towards the end of calendar year 2024, we'll submit our final proposal to NTIA once we've finished this subgrantee selection process. And then, assuming that the NTIA doesn't take months and months to approve our plan, we will begin last mile deployment the first steps of those process will be the permitting. And so before shovels will get in the ground in the spring of next year. Likewise, with the digital equity grant, our plan has been approved. Our application for funds will likely be approved no earlier than August 28th. So sometime this fall, our application will be approved, and then we will launch our Digital Equity Capacity Grant Program, where we'll partner with local organizations and add to their capacity so that they can begin to offer services to the community, either digital literacy trainings or we're going to launch an affordable device program and other such programs that will implement our digital equity plan. So with that, Madam Chair, I think I stuck to my 20 minutes, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
18 minutes and 1 second.
Well, maybe I should keep going.
No. That is not what I was implying, sir. Actually, well done. Thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for Mr. Mitchell? Assemblyman Carter. Oh, I hear you, Senator Daley. Let me go to Assemblyman Carter first, and then I will come to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the presentation. I wanted to ask about how many of the companies that have submitted RFPs, are they Nevada companies? Are they working with, following the federal advisements to be affiliated with labor organizations? And are we going to see the requirements that they train their workers in OSHA 10 as required by state statute?
Thank you, Assemblyman Carter, for the question. Brian Mitchell for with the response. The federal rules require high labor standards, and so we follow all the federal guidelines, and we also follow any state guidelines. So any company, so typically the providers, almost none of the providers self-perform the work. They will contract that out to organizations that do the work, and any contractor that is or any infrastructure company that is performing the work must meet all of the state requirements, including things like OSHA 10 training, as well as being licensed with the State Contractors Board.
Is there any incentive being placed on trying to give preference towards local hire? That's one of the things we hear consistently, especially from these rural communities, is about how, especially the eastern side of the state, complains a lot about how that the workforce to do these types of public works projects and projects in general are staffed almost entirely out of residents of neighboring states. And I'd like to see some of this be incentivized. Well, I'd like to see all of it incentivized to stay with Nevada workers.
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman Carter. Brian Mitchell for the record. The hiring of Nevada workers is a priority for us, and that is our preference. We do have there is a scoring, or that is one of the scoring elements, is a commitment to use Nevada workers for these jobs. So that's our preference. At the same time, whenever Congress just put out $42.5 billion in broadband funding, so there's an enormous competition for workforce. We don't have sufficient workers in this country to do the work. So part of the reason for our efforts to be one of the first states out of the gate is so that we can, so that our workers don't go elsewhere to our neighboring states to do projects while we're still in the bureaucratic process. And then we don't have any workers here to do our work. So we are also working with the workforce system, the provider community, and the labor community to put together a workforce plan to train more workers here in Nevada that would be available, both workers who are on the short-term side, or rather short-term training programs that provide workers just enough to get their foot in the door. But then also working to provide some of the specialized skills like fiber splicing that these companies will need, so that we have an available pool of workers that can do the work.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just would follow up on some of those questions. So just going back to the beginning a little bit, I know you said there were many funding mechanisms. I couldn't really read the screen, and it's not on the computer version of the handout that we have. So there's 2 federal programs that provided funding nationwide for broadband and internet connection. Is that my understanding?
Senator Daley, Brian Mitchell for the record. There are actually multiple federal funding programs, as well as some state funding as well, that we're using, 12 in all.
Well, I understand, but I know the ones that are coming up with the $42 billion were national plans passed by Congress and various things. And I do know that in that language with that, I'm not sure if it was required or not, but in the strongest possible terms that they could put in for recommendations and various things, that they wanted the expenditure of these money to not undercut local area standards. They talked about union workers and collaborating with organized labor, having possible project labor agreements and various things. And that was strong recommendations coming from the administration on how this money was supposed to be administered. So when you spent your $750,000 on your plan, and I know the plan is about where you're going to go and what the maps look like and various things, did you include in your plan any of those recommendations regarding ensuring that you were going to have union workforce, project labor agreements, any of those types of standards? You said, they have strong labor standards, but did you include any of that in your plan?
Thanks for the question, Senator Daley. Brian Mitchell for the record. The federal rules require, as I mentioned earlier, high labor standards, and there's 2 different ways that an applicant for funds.
Just answer my question. Was it included in your plan? Just answer my question. Was it included in your plan?
I'm answering. Brian Mitchell for the record.
Well, it's a pretty simple question. Was it in your plan or was it not in your plan?
I'm happy to answer the question. The federal rules, as I mentioned, require...
Mr. Mitchell, if you could help us out, maybe by starting with a yes or a no and then expanding upon your answer if you'd like. But I think that's what Senator Daley is looking for here. But I will, of course, allow you to explain the circumstances around the yes or the no.
Thank you, Chair Harris, for the clarification. Brian Mitchell for the record. The best way I could describe the answer is a kind of. The rules allow 2 different paths for a provider to show that they have high labor standards. The first path is a provider can certify that they are that they are paying prevailing wages and have project labor agreements. And if they do that, they can check a box in their quarterly reporting to us and use that as a means of certifying that they have project labor or that they have high labor standards. So in that sense, yes, the answer is yes, that is one way that providers can provide that certification. But there is a...
Is that explicitly mentioned in the plan? I think that was Senator Daley's question.
Yes, Brian Mitchell for the record, that is specifically mentioned as an option. The second option is that for providers who do not wish to have a project labor agreement, there is a set of questions that they can answer in lieu of making that certification. And so there's an alternative path to meeting the federal labor standards requirement. So I hope that makes sense as to why a yes or a no is insufficient, because there is a path, but then there's also a different path. But either way, the labor standards requirements must be met.
And to follow up on that, if I can, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so fast forwarding, and again, I can't see all of the stuff on the screen, and it's not in the handouts, but nevertheless, when you were doing your community outreach on that, did you engage with organized labor at that point, as was the strong recommendation from the administration in order to get this money? I couldn't see it on there. I saw you reached out to other appropriate organizations and entities, but did you reach out to the communication workers, to the building trades and the people who are going to do this? You understand there's the first mile that's generally done by the Communication Workers of America, the last mile, same thing, and then the middle mile, which can be several hundred miles in certain cases, is then done, like you said, by a contractor where it's subbed out, and they do it under normal construction, contractor's license, the rest of the story. Did you reach out to any of those groups when you were creating your plan and looking forward and saying, hey, how are we going to proceed? What are we going to put in our RFPs? How are we going to score the subgrantees in order to be preferenced? And did you give any preference to the people that are going to meet those requirements? Not just skirt underneath and do the bare minimum because they don't want to do it one way or the other. So anyway, answer that if you can.
Thank you, Senator Daly, for the question. Brian Mitchell for the record. Yes, we had a number of meetings with the Communication Workers of America, and had multiple conversations about many issues. So Mark and I have spoken many times about this. He has also provided some information to us on the workforce side about how we can grow the Nevada workforce as well. We're looking forward to continued conversations with them about that and other topics.
And I find that interesting. I'll follow up because I'm told that there's been very little communication and outreach in that fashion. Nevertheless, moving on if we can. So when you put out, and I know you're not quite to that, but you're getting ready to put out your request for proposal for subgrantees and various things, how is that scoring metric, and is there any preference for checking the box by saying, yeah, I have union labor, I have a project labor agreement? Is there any preference on the scoring for that, as was clearly stated and indicated and preferred by the administration when they issued and were granting these funds? Is that preference in scoring in your RFP proposals?
Brian Mitchell for the record. Thanks for the question, Senator Daly. Labor and meeting the labor standards was one of 3 required scoring criteria that we were required to include in our scoring matrix. The federal rules required us to have scoring related to both past compliance with federal labor law, as well as a plan to continue to meet and comply with federal labor law. And so that, I believe we have 6 or 7 scoring criteria, and if my memory serves, that is the compliance with federal labor law is the 3rd highest at 20% of the scoring.
Okay, so thank you for not answering my question again. So let me rephrase it. It'll give you one more chance, and Madam Chair, you can move on to other people. So I asked you, is there a preference in your scoring? I understand the minimum requirements. There's nothing in the RFP proposal start that says you can't have a higher criteria or give a preference for meeting certain criteria. So is there a preference for scoring for someone who checks the box by saying, yes, I have union labor, and yes, we're going to pay prevailing wage, and yes, we have a project labor agreement, as was strongly indicated, as I said before, as the preferred mechanism in the issuance of the funds? Is there that preference? That's a yes or no. I don't need any explanation. You've already given me the rest of it on what you're doing as the bare minimum. Is that in there?
Brian Mitchell, for the record, no.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I said I'd go on, but why not?
Mr. Mitchell, if you'd like to give the committee some indication as to why that decision was made, we'd love to hear it.
Thanks for the question, Chair Harris. Brian Mitchell, for the record. We, throughout the planning process, we consulted with a number of stakeholders. The stakeholders in the communities, stakeholders in the provider community, stakeholders in the construction and workforce communities, and then average Nevadans who don't have internet at their homes today. The plan that we put forward, well, let me back up. Sometimes the interests and desires of those communities were aligned, and sometimes they weren't. And so the plan that we put forward is the best way that we determine to balance the needs and desires of communities, and to ensure that we have a plan that would result in universal access. So on this particular topic, we wanted to provide as much flexibility as possible for companies to be able to get the job done, especially in the most rural and remote parts of the state. And therefore, that's the decision we made.
Okay, thank you so much. Additional questions?
Yeah, I have a
Assemblywoman
question.
Brown-May? Okay, I'm going to go to Assemblywoman Brown-May first, and then we'll go to both of you online, okay? Give us just a minute. Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for being here. First, I have to say I feel personally called out relative to the productive Beyond Cat videos comment earlier today. That is part of my mental health recovery after long days. And there is a reason for them, Mr. Mitchell. Seriously, I would really like to talk a little bit about the last mile piece, right, with BEAD. I'm curious to know, I'm a little confused at this point, and I know it's early. I have had my coffee. Have we deployed the RFP process? Do we have RFPs out, and have we received RFPs back for this process?
Brian Mitchell, for the record, and I'd like to be, for the record, perfectly clear that I was in no way disparaging cat videos, but only that there's more to the internet than cat videos. But certainly, let's watch them all. With regard to RFPs, so we have not solicited applications yet for the last mile. That will happen once we finish with the challenge process. So the challenge process is determining which locations around the state are eligible for funds, and we're in the middle of that process now. So we want to have an agreed upon list where everybody agrees these are the locations that will be funded. And once we have that, then we will start with the RF to bid those out and get proposals back.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Follow-up, Chair. Thank you. Do we have any indication about how many organizations we have locally that are interested in bidding on the RFP process to do this fiber-to-fiber last mile connectivity? Do you have any indication of how many local companies we have that are interested in this process?
Brian Mitchell, for the record. Thanks for the question. There are at least 50 or 60 internets. I'm hesitant to put out a number, but there are, suffice it to say that there are lots of local companies providing internet service. And I would include companies like AT&T, Cox, and Charter as local companies because they've been here, they have local workers, even though they're a national company that provides services in a lot of states, they are local to Nevada. But then there's also companies that only provide internet service in Nevada. And so I can try to find a specific number, but until we get the bids, we won't know how many, who's interested. But suffices to say, based on the people who register for our outreach events and who have registered for the challenge, we had over 50 entities register for the challenge process. So I think there's a lot of interest.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that number. I want to talk a little bit about the importance of the BEAD program in our urban communities, right, as that's a piece of it as well. Are you able to speak to how are you working with local municipalities in the cities in order to address some of the areas where we don't have connectivity currently in our urban? We know that rural accessibility is a big and important part of BEAD, but we also have local communities here, islands within our urban cities that are not able to get connected. Can you speak to that?
Thanks for the question, Assemblywoman Brown-May and Brian Mitchell for the record. And I'm really glad you brought this up because I think there's kind of a misconception that lack of broadband access is only a rural problem. When in reality, as you've rightly said, that there are pockets or donut holes within urban areas that have poor connectivity for one reason or another. And we have been very focused on identifying those areas. I'll say that and publicly thank Clark County, who has been a great partner in our broadband efforts, and we're working extremely closely with them. We've also had lots of meetings with the other municipalities, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, over the course of the process to kind of keep them up to speed. So municipalities, we've invited all municipalities to participate in the challenge process and to submit their knowledge to the extent that they're aware of locations that are showing up as served, but they get, questions from residents about why do I have lousy internet service here, so that we can add those to the map. We didn't get a whole lot of challenges from local governments, but the offer was there. Moving forward, I think local governments are going to be a big partner of ours, in urban areas on the permitting side, and we want to make sure that respect the permitting process, but also make sure that we don't have any holdups so that we can get internet service deployed as quickly as possible in the urban areas.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I appreciate that. And just for the record and for clarification purposes, I have had conversations with some folks at the City of Las Vegas who have found it increasingly difficult to get their needs across. So if you would make it a point to reach out to the City of Las Vegas in particular, that would be very helpful.
I will. Yeah, we've been going back and forth on trying to get a meeting set, but I'll circle back with them.
Okay, Assemblywoman Gallant.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mitchell, first I just want to commend you for trying to make a even playing field in terms of the criteria for labor across the board. First session, I kept hearing we don't pick winners and losers, and I think you've done a pretty good job in terms of who would qualify to be able to assist with this project. But I'd like to talk to you about Laughlin and maybe some of those border communities that we have, and if there's been any effort in terms of coordinating with neighboring states that might have that infrastructure already established on the borders, and how we could have some cooperation to help lower the cost. In particular with Laughlin, like Bullhead City has fiber, and could easily and probably more cheaply be pulled from Bullhead City into Laughlin rather than trying to get those lines from Las Vegas to Laughlin.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Gallant, for the question. Brian Mitchell, for the record. I think that's an excellent point, that in Nevada we have a lot of border communities, and sometimes the closest infrastructure is not within our state, but it's across the border. I've had a few conversations with with folks in Clark County about the city of Laughlin, and in the city, at least at the start of the challenge process, had been shown up as being underserved, and so they would be subject to the kind of the conclusion of the challenge process, would be eligible for funding, and the providers that may be interested in serving that, maybe an internet service provider who's either already serving Bullhead City and would come across and serve Laughlin, or it could be a local provider that would pay to bring fiber across the river into Laughlin, and then pay for that upstream, I guess, bandwidth from the provider in Laughlin. And so there's a number of different ways, either attracting a company from a neighboring state to provide service, or a local company using that infrastructure to be able to provide better service. So we'll if once the RFP process starts, we'll kind of see what options come in. But I agree with you that may be the case, where it may be cheaper to get something from Bullhead City, and the cost to the BEAD program is one of the scoring criteria. So a provider that proposes a cheaper option would receive more points.
Okay, thank you. And I think with the Colorado Compact that there would be some reciprocity that we could easily tap into. Would you mind keeping me posted about that and the projects in Laughlin?
I will. Yes, absolutely. Brian Mitchell, for the record. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate the question. My question is about when you talk about affordable devices, what type of devices are you talking about? Is the funding included in this program for these devices, and how would they be distributed?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Dickman. The device issue is probably one of the most challenging that we need to figure out on the digital equity side. So let me walk you through two different, a short term and then a longer term conversations that we're having on devices. So on the short term, what we've one of the strategies that we've so let me back up. I think one of the problems that we have is that for many low-income folks, the only way that they can access the internet is on their smartphone. And if you've ever tried to write a term paper or fill out a PDF for government services or benefits on a smartphone, it's much more difficult to do so than on a computer or a laptop. And so we want more folks to have access to computers and laptops. And one way possibly to do that is by trying to incentivize private sector partners to partner with us in the provision of either refurbished or other devices, that we can try to get into the hands of nonprofit organizations that can distribute those. So our near-term solution is to utilize some of our federal money to set up a matching program that we can engage philanthropy and local businesses to help us to be able to match the cost of bringing more devices and putting those into the hands of folks who need them. In the long term, there are many large organizations in the state that regularly go through computers. So state government, local governments, large corporations, and these computers, go to a variety of different places. And so there are some very smart organizations nationally that have set up device refurbishment and distribution ecosystems, and we're looking to learn from their best practices to be able to organize ourselves as a state a little bit better to distribute those devices that are still in good working order, but have reached the end of their perhaps, almost like a used car, right? That it still works just fine. And so there's ways to wipe those so that so that there's no, data or information on them. But that way we can get a very low cost or a zero cost device, into the hands of people. So setting something like that up that can be self-sustaining, is a long-term goal of ours.
Good. It sounds like you've given this a lot of thought. So thank you. And thanks, Chair, for the question.
All right. I have just a question or two. My first question is about the $750,000 award in order to develop the plan. Was all $750,000 used? Was that plan developed wholly within the office? Did you put out an RFP for that process? How were those dollars spent?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Brian Mitchell for the record. Not quite all of the money was spent. I think we spent most of it. I don't have an exact dollar figure for you, but the remaining dollars that we didn't spend were returned to the federal government. I think we probably spent in the neighborhood of maybe 600 and something thousand on the plan. The funding was spent in a couple of different ways. It was spent on staffing costs, and then on costs associated with the stakeholder engagement. So that included travel costs. We spent money on food and beverage for community outreach events. We did multiple events in every county over the course of 2 months. We also spent some funds on some consultants who did some data analysis for us. So we designed a survey and then distributed the survey and then had some folks crunch the numbers for us. Trying to think, we had, so there was some graphic design work in there as well.
And was the discretion for spending those dollars wholly within your office?
Brian Mitchell for the record, yes.
Okay. So my next question is about the much bigger pot of money that's coming since the plan has been approved. Will it operate in a similar way? Is there just going to be millions of dollars at OSIT that it can go and spend as it so chooses? What does the oversight look like? Does OSIT have sorry, let me not do compound questions. What would the oversight of that fund of dollars look like?
Brian Mitchell for the record. So the oversight, I think, for these dollars is, there's multiple layers of oversight. So number one, we coordinate with the governor's office. And then number two, our federal partners, our federal funders, provide a lot of oversight in the distribution of the funds. So every award that we make is approved individually by NTIA, both on the digital equity side as well as on the BEAD side.
Does your office have a plan on how it intends to allocate the funds amongst those, I think it was maybe 8 vulnerable populations that are supposed to be focused on? Or is it just going to be, kind of anyone who comes to the door who plans to serve one of those 8 can get the money, right? Is there some plan to say we're going to spend an equal percentage on each one of these, or we really are going to focus on the rural communities, so we're going to make sure 45% of the funds go there, right? Does that plan exist?
Thanks for the question, and that's an important question, Chair Harris. Brian Mitchell for the record. So one thing that we found is that is in speaking with vulnerable populations, most often an individual belongs to multiple groups. And so it's not that there's only there's only low-income folks or only rural folks or only folks that speak English as a second language or only folks who are members of a minority group or only folks that are aging, right? So, you could have a low-income aging person in a minority group who, doesn't speak English well, and so on and so forth, right? So when it comes to the distribution of funds, we, don't plan on dividing the funds 8 ways, and because in large part because the strategies that involved in engaging each of the groups differ, by group, but also by geography, right? So engaging a low-income person here in Clark County is much different than engaging a low-income person in Ely or Battle Mountain. I think and we lay this out in our digital equity plan in greater detail, but we plan on utilizing and partnering with local organizations, first and foremost, that already have trusted relationships with these groups. So, me as OSIT, it doesn't make sense for me to go out and, build an army and try to go and get, relationships or try to gain the trust of these communities. But I would much rather work with a local nonprofit here in Las Vegas or a senior center in Elko, or a the community coalitions or the United Way of Reno in implementing the strategies that we've outlined. So we've outlined a number of strategies, on the digital equity side. And so what we'll be looking for are partners that, have the capacity and are willing to work with us to implement those strategies.
So, you and your office are obviously the experts in this area, but you may want to consider putting some kind of thought into that, given that certain populations, let's say, are more expensive to serve, right? So it's going to cost you more money to connect someone in a rural area than it is to connect someone who is in a patch in East Las Vegas, right? And so maybe a bigger portion of funds might need to go towards getting those people connected. Otherwise, you aren't going to get as many rural folks connected as you could have, if you would have shifted maybe the strategy a little bit, right? And if you spend it all connecting people who, we want 100%. So the goal is 100%. And I get that. But, I'm just saying maybe there might be some reason why you want to be intentional about how those funds are spent amongst those populations, because they aren't all equally as expensive to provide service to. Okay. One last question from me, and that is, how is it that your office kind of became to be the location for this program? Is that by design in the federal regulations, or is that just kind of maybe something the state chose or the governor chose? Like, how did it become OSIT that would be the host for this?
Thanks for the question, Senator Harris. Brian Mitchell for the record. So OSIT was created in 2015, long before there was a pandemic or any of these, possible funds. But OSIT was created in 2015 as the State Broadband Office. So we've been working since 2015 to connect Nevadans. And when this funding became available, much like funding for housing went to the Housing Division and funding for healthcare went to DHHS, funding for broadband came to OSIT. Okay, it came to OSIT, but
Why?
Brian Mitchell for the record.
Active voice. Who was the actor that made the decision to put it there? Like, how did that happen?
The governor's office. Brian Mitchell for the record. So the governor's office made the decision to put it there.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I believe Vice Chair Watts has a few questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. So one of the other things in terms of equity and access that I'm interested in is the Affordable Connectivity Program, which we know funding is currently running out for. So I just wanted to ask, what your office has been doing to work with some of the other partners involved in these programs to advocate for an extension of the Affordable Connectivity Program.
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman Watts. Brian Mitchell for the record. So the Affordable Connectivity Program is an incredibly important part of our digital equity initiative and of the larger high-speed Nevada initiative. So I want to be clear that both, that my office is very supportive of an extension of the program or for Congress to add additional funds to keep the program going. And particularly in short order so that we don't experience the kind of churn where the program stops and then money's added later and then you've got to get people back on and that can be tough. I also want to compliment the internet service providers that have participated in the program and thank them, and many of them have said that they're going to continue to offer that same rate, even if the federal government no longer funds it. An individual, if they so chose out of their own pocket, they won't have their rate raised. They can continue to stay on their same plan. So I think that's very helpful. When it comes to advocating for it, my office and the governor's office collaborated. There was a letter that was signed by, I want to say, like 30 governors, bipartisan letter signed by 30 governors, and Governor Lombardo was one of the signatories of that letter, and that went to Congress advocating for more funds. We've also been active within our kind of association of broadband officers in making the push for funding. I've spoken with, and then I've also spoken with members of our congressional delegation to let them know of our support. We've been strategizing with our two Senate offices about ways that we can make the push. And then I know there's a lot of we've provided information to advocacy organizations about the number of Nevadans served and and how important it is so that they can make their own their own advocacy.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. Other question I had, following up on a couple of questions from my colleagues, how have in the initial plans, how have the resources been prioritized between fiber and fixed wireless? And so, kind of roughly what's the kind of proportional allocation of resources and how is that determined?
Thank you, Vice Chair Watts, for the question. Brian Mitchell for the answer, for the record. So this is a bit of a technical question, so bear with me. The federal rules require us, when we get applications in, to prioritize fiber. And that's a determination that we agree with. I think fiber is the most future-proof of all the technologies. Fiber is also, there's limitless, capacity. We don't have equipment that has, that has reached the limit of what you can, the amount of data that you can transmit across, a strand of glass, right? So so when we receive applications, if we receive for a particular project area, if we receive one application that proposes an all-fiber solution and then another application that proposes a fixed wireless solution, as long as the all-fiber solution doesn't exceed a cost threshold, in other words, as long as it's not $1 million to connect every home, then we are required to, by federal rule, to choose the fiber solution. But if there are, if the only proposals are fixed wireless, then or if the fiber proposals exceed the cost threshold, then we can choose amongst the fixed wireless. So in looking at this, we do not have we haven't made any determinations. We're going to spend 80% of the money on fiber or 60% of the money on fixed wireless or whatever. We have to wait to see what bids come in. And we'll actually make that determination on a case-by-case basis because we're going to bid out every project area individually and make that determination individually. So this project area may receive 4 fiber bids and 1 fixed wireless bid, and we'll have to choose among so as long as the fiber bids meet the minimum qualification, we'll choose among them. But this project area over here may only receive fixed wireless bids, in which case we'll choose one of those. But we won't know until we get the applications.
Thank you. So just to be extremely clear, so that's not a determination that's been made at this point or that has been made at kind of a comprehensive scale. So you'll be determining that after you put out the RFP and as you get bids in for each project area, you'll see what you get in. You'll prioritize fiber, but in the event that there's either not proposals or that there's a major cost differential between the fixed wireless and the fiber, that's when you would consider that. Those are really the only circumstances when you would consider fixed wireless over fiber. Is that correct?
Brian Mitchell for the record, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Senator Daley has another question, but before I go to him, I had a thought and I wanted to get it out before I forget. You had a slide it was a beautiful slide. It had the little bubbles and it shows all the different federal funding sources along with kind of a matrix of how discretionary the spending of those dollars is. Yes, lovely. It's beautiful. Could you please provide the committee with an update of what you're doing with those dollars? Where they're going, who they're going to, what the plan is maybe for the future on spending those dollars. Because, I mean, hopefully you can appreciate this. I mean, we're looking at a lot of money that the legislature essentially has no idea how it is going towards its stated goal of connecting the state of Nevada. So if you could give us some background on where those dollars are going, how they're being used, and how you all plan to continue to use them in the future to reach that goal, that would be much appreciated. Is that something you can do for us?
Brian Mitchell for the record, my pleasure.
Thank you so much. Senator Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me go again, and I'll try to keep it as brief as I can. So when you go out for the RFPs and you're looking for your quote-unquote sub-grantee, and I understand there's provisions in the rules on who those people are and various things, is there requirement, is prevailing wage required to be paid on any of these projects regardless of their union affiliation or not? Is prevailing wage part of the RFP?
Brian Mitchell for the record, no, prevailing wage is not required. It's permissible but not required.
Okay. And then just if you can explain, and this maybe is a follow-up type of thing, my understanding is that you guys in your plan have gone out and said, hey, we want to connect state buildings and those types of facilities first, and then you'll move up in your plan, if I read the slide or the handout correctly. How often is it happening when you're going out for your RFP? And my understanding is that anyone can put in a proposal to become a subgrantee. It could be a city, it could be a nonprofit, it actually could be a provider, but at some point, whoever it is, they have to partner with somebody who can actually provide the service. And I know there are territories, if you will, that might be outside of what you guys are looking at, where there's already like a provider in there. Do you partner with the provider that's there, or do you say, oh no, now we got a new person who's going to then end up duplicating and providing service in the same service area as another provider already, kind of overlapping and instead of building upon a network that exists, building a whole new network over the top of one. Can you give us any insight about how that happens, or if it doesn't happen, or how often? Does that make sense?
Brian Mitchell for the record. Brian Mitchell for the record. I think I understand your question, but if not, please let me know. We don't have enough money to build over already served areas. And in fact, the federal rules are very specific about a prohibition on using federal dollars to build over over locations that are already considered served. And that's a big reason why we are, as a first step, doing the challenge process so that we have a list of locations that everybody agrees are unserved or underserved. And in fact, we do a very complicated and very thorough deduplication to ensure that any location that we serve not only is not served today, but also doesn't have a future federal funding commitment to serve that area. So maybe a different federal program, may have funded an area, and so we make sure that those, that no location, even if it's unserved today, doesn't have a different federal program that could be serving it in the future. So when it comes to building on top of another network, if the area is considered served, then we will not use any money to build a second network on that. Having said that, there are some areas where the existing network is not affordable, reliable, or scalable, and it doesn't meet the definition of served. A good example of that are DSL networks. So DSL has been determined not at the state level, but at the federal level as a technology that is no longer scalable and no longer meets the definition of served. And so if there's a market where the only available internet service is via DSL, then these dollars would be able to build a new fiber network, for example, that would provide that affordable, reliable, scalable, high-speed internet service.
Yeah. Thank you. And because I had heard was my understanding, I'm not sure exactly how it worked, that I just wanted to make sure that we weren't doing that and that there's guidelines to make sure it doesn't happen. That was it. Thank you.
Yep, my pleasure.
Okay, any additional questions from committee members? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much, Mr. Mitchell. You've been a trooper. We hope you will come visit us again. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you for having me, and happy to come back anytime.
All right, have a good day. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close out agenda item 4 and open up agenda item 5, which is a presentation related to Nevada's alternative fuel infrastructure plan for electric vehicle infrastructure. And we have representatives from NDOT today who I believe are presenting from Carson City. Hopefully we have Miss Candy Bar Worley and Miss Sandra Rosenberg.
Yes, ma'am.
Lovely. Thank you all for being here today. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the committee. Thank you for having us here today to discuss the National Electric Infrastructure Program, better known as the NEVI. My name is Candy Bar-Worley, and I serve as the Division Chief of Sustainable and Emerging Transportation, or as I like to call it, SET, located in the Planning Division of Nevada Department of Transportation. The agenda for this presentation will focus on topics. I will begin by explaining what the NEVI program is. Then I will share NDOT's collaborative efforts. From there, we'll walk through what has been done to date and how we achieved our 2 approved state plans. I will then discuss our public involvement and conclude with time for questions. The National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan, or as we like to call it, the NEVI Plan, is a formula funding program brought to us by the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act that was passed in November of 2021. The Nevada Department of Transportation is the designated lead agency to receive NEVI funds from the Federal Highway Administration. The law has directed 2 opportunities for funding at $7.5 billion. $2.5 billion will be distributed through competitive grants offered by the FHWA, and $5 billion are apportioned to states based on formulas specified in federal law for the NEVI plan. Both programs will serve a 5-year period, fiscal years 2022 through 2026. The NEVI formula is to provide funding to states to deploy electric vehicle charging infrastructure that will establish an interconnected network to facilitate data collection, access, and reliability. The infrastructure must be open to the public and must be used initially on federally designated alternative fuel corridors. Now we'll focus on Nevada. The first key element is the EV charging infrastructure deployment. Primarily, the strategy focuses on the existing and future infrastructure conditions. Including in this area is EV policy and meeting the NEVI requirements, along with new deployment and upgrades. Next, we'll shift to the implementation strategies and plan development. NDOT has built an involved stakeholder group and began a program partnering directory. We have also identified and interviewed EV charging service providers and station owners and addressed resiliency, emergency evacuations, snow removal, and seasonal needs. This led us to our plan development, where we focused on mapping and grid identification. At this stage, the collaboration with energy providers was a priority. Conversations with NV Energy began to avoid duplication of efforts and to determine prime partnership opportunities along our alternative fuel corridors. Then we turned to our 9 rural co-ops utility providers to obtain energy reliability and discuss the needs for the rural Nevada. The NEVI plan also addresses compliance with state and federal civil rights laws, including Justice 40 Initiative compliance. This includes outreach opportunities with disadvantaged communities and recognized measurement benefits within those communities. The final element is labor and workforce. NDOT has participated and discussed training and workforce development both statewide and regionally. We have been able to piggyback and collaborate with the workforce development efforts of NV Energy. And we've had conversations with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers to discuss the process of EVIPT certification and the apprenticeship opportunities here within Nevada. Funding and requirements. With our approved plans, Nevada will receive $37,958,457 over a 5-year period. The first year, our plan was due in August of 2022, and we received the funding for federal year 22 and 23 with that plan approval. The next year, in August of 2023, Nevada received another approved plan and received funding for fiscal year 2024. As of today, we do not have a date on when this year's plan will be due. However, we're all planning nationally that it will be due in August. The plan also is coming with new requirements this year, and we do not know what those are yet. So we have begun putting the plan together, but we have room and time for shift. The funding infrastructure requirements include that each station location must sit on a designated alternative fuel corridor. I'll tell you a little bit about the background of that. In 2016, the state's nominated corridors that would be considered to be built out as alternative fuel corridors. Those 6 fuels included electric, hydrogen, propane, compressed natural gas or CNG, liquid natural gas or LNG, and biodiesel. Nevada, the 6 years preceding 2016, designated all of its interstates and U.S. highways as possible alt fuel corridors. Funding was not associated with the alternative fuel corridors at that time. The requirements for the NEVI funding projects are that they must be located 1 mile from the AFCs, or alternative fuel corridors. This would mean if you got off the freeway or got off an exit on the I-15, the charging station must be within a mile of the I-15. Each location can have no more than 50 miles in between stations. They must be DC fast charging stations with a minimum of 4 CCS ports with 150 kilowatts at each port that can be used simultaneously, equaling a total of 600 kilowatts for each station. Each station will be required to report data quarterly and annually to the Joint Office, and that data includes the charging station usage, reliability, and cost information. The data will provide the Joint Office with information to create the public EV charging database outlined by the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And it must also include a 5-year maintenance program. Our statewide collaboration includes 23 statewide groups that play a key role in connecting Nevada. They have helped us identify available opportunities and provide technical expertise in this NEVI plan. Some of the partners are specific to a particular region, while others serve Nevada as a whole. For progress to date, the first year, our focus was goal setting and interstate deep dive planning. We broke down the NEVI requirements into bits and pieces to figure out how to address all of the NEVI requirements and develop timelines as to when each subject needed to be addressed within the next 5 years. It was determined that the first year our focus would remain on our interstates, as they were the most important to achieve fully built-out status. Exceptions were documented and written, and infrastructure placement opportunities were discovered. In year 2, the focus has shifted into the U.S. highways. This proves to be much harder goal to achieve. There are many stretches of roadway where it is difficult to meet the minimum standards that the NEVI requires. We have desolate areas without consumer needs. We have lack of power and grid availability. There's high capital costs for installation and investor-owned utilities. Year 1, planning of the interstate build-out, we partnered with Nevada Energy, who services 75% of our state. We have worked together to determine service areas along the alternative fuel corridors that lands in their service area. We received approval for 4 exceptions along the I-80, with the ruling being granted due to distance. All 4 of the exceptions lie along the I-80. 2 of them were only 5 miles over the requirement. 1 was 7 miles over the requirement, and the other had 2 exceptions. It was 21 miles over the 50-mile requirement, and the cost factor was going to be $7 to $8 million to bring power into that area to hit that 50-mile mark. Wells and Carlin were also brought to the forefront, but we have continued to work with the rural co-op in Wells to obtain fully integrated build-out for those 2 stations. Moapa, we are currently continuing coordination with that station owner to upgrade that site as well. These efforts should bring our interstate to a fully built-out designation once the construction is complete. In year 2, we focused on public public engagement and began community websites, surveys, webinars, and tribal engagement. Strategies of procurement process led to discussions of several options, and Nevada was involved in a national working group for policy planning towards disability rights network and determined accessibility standards. We also developed our site matrix, which is on the next page. This criteria, it's really super small, and you guys will have a copy of it so you can read it in detail. I'm just going to break it down a little bit for you. The slide that is shown breaks down the criteria that Nevada used to determine the best site placement identified in our annual plans. Using traffic volume and commercial density as the two major factors for placement. From there, the focus relies on connectivity nodes, trip and in locations, existing fuel stations, existing alternative fuel station proximity, and disadvantaged communities. There were 7 categories and 6 source layers to determine the best and identify the best needs of the EV traveling public. With the help of the Joint Office and the core stakeholder group, we put the appropriate percentage for each category to determine the best factors for the state of Nevada. We will continue to use the same weighting for the rest of the plan and develop location strategies. We are currently in year 3, and we have entered the implementation phase. For year 3 and beyond, we will work with a project manager to determine the best options for project advancement. Procurement decision-making options, we continue to waver back and forth on whether we want to go with the RFP process or a grant process, and are watching other states that are just one step ahead of us to see how their success is with each program. The first RFP or grant process that we intend to put out will address current infrastructure in place that just needs upgrades to meet that 600 kilowatts and 4 ports. And from there, we will put out a call for action to completely build out our alternative fuel corridors. We have also focused on community outreach statewide, and we will begin the writing process of plan number 3 and include the changes that are coming from the Joint Office and the FHWA. Public engagement starts at home with our website, and we encourage participants to share insight on where they feel the best locations are needed statewide. We continue to build our program partnering directory and began sharing valuable information at community events regarding EVs, workforce development, and charging infrastructure. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. We will start with Vice Chair Watts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Worley. So I guess first question I have, so you mentioned you're still trying to figure out RFP process or grant program. What is the timeline, 1, to figure that out, and 2, to put out the first RFP or grant application?
I wish I could give you an exact date. Oh, sorry. For the record, this is Candy Bar Worley. I wish that I could give you the exact date, but we are still focusing on meeting the Title 23 requirements. And so the process is a little bit harder than just writing an RFP and asking for a call of action. We have to make sure that all of our I's are dotted and T's are crossed for federal funding.
Okay, thank you, and I have a couple follow-ups, Chair. Thanks. So I guess one question I have is, with that process, you did mention that there's been engagement with IBEW and making sure there's certification. Within that process, is there any preference for proposals or projects that have strong labor standards, including wage standards, apprenticeship standards, or project labor agreements?
For the record, this is Candy Bar Worley. Yes, the answer is yes, but I can't answer those questions specifically. We are following the federal guidelines for highway funding, but I would like to dig into that question a little bit more and be able to get you the correct answer. More detailed.
Thank you. That would be great. We just heard in the previous presentation that with some of the broadband programs, we're kind of right at the front of the pack in terms of states, second state to reach a certain point in the process. I have read elsewhere that states have just started, I think one state just deployed its first charger built through the NEVI program. So where at a high level are we compared to other states in our speed of getting this program deployed?
Sure. Candy Bar Worley for the record. There are currently 4 states that have infrastructure in the ground, and that has just happened within the last 4 months. We, as a group, as a NEVI group, are working nationally together to figure out people's wins and losses so that we'll be able to be successful in this program instead of every state starting from scratch. So watching those states, they all have different state rules than we do. So it's a matter of seeing what they do, focusing on our state rules, focusing on the federal rules, and then trying to figure out how to move forward. We do have an agreement almost in place with NV Energy. This is called a utility agreement, which is a much easier agreement to get into. They had, with the money that they have received from SB 1148, I'm so sorry, and their ability to put in infrastructure, we are working together with them to determine best placement along our alternative fuel corridors in the areas that they service, so that we'll be able to share efforts of not only the infrastructure but the funding, so that both of our monies will be able to move farther. I do believe that our first shovels into the ground will be a joint project with NV Energy.
Thank you. And again, I know it sounds like it's hard for you to give a date, but when do you expect that we'll have some infrastructure that goes live?
So Candy Bar Worley for the record, sorry. Every day I wake up, I'm hoping that the shovel will hit the ground. I am very eager to be one of the first states to get infrastructure in the ground. I'm working really hard to be able to obtain that. The only thing I can say is that I am hopeful by the end of this year we will have a station in the ground. I can't give a definitive date.
Okay. Well, I also share that interest as an EV driver myself, and one who has made trips between Las Vegas and Elko, as well as Las Vegas and Carson City. Looking at those maps, I see we've got some progress. Obviously, we need to do more along the I-80 corridor, and we've got some work going on along the I-15 corridor. But really allowing folks to move across this state, as well as those major interstates, moving people across between California, Utah, Arizona, is really critical. And you mentioned that the kind of default in the NEVI plan is 50 miles. Obviously, we're a large state, and so that geography doesn't always line up, as you stated. What's the process of kind of getting waivers or exemptions to those requirements? Because I think we all agree there's no point in putting a station out in the desert and trying to move infrastructure out there when we can locate them. And again, I think to your point, a lot of what we need to do is upgrade some of the facilities that we have in Hawthorne, in Goldfield, in Tonopah, et cetera, and get those to have more ports, higher charging rates, and more reliability. So can you talk a little bit about the process of us kind of being able to modify so that we don't have to strictly follow those 50 miles and can locate these again in the communities and in the areas that make the most sense for us?
Candy Bar Worley for the record. Yes, there is a process through the NEVI plan that we can ask for exemptions. In year 2, we did ask for 17 exemptions. They were all turned down, which is fine because we just have a different way that we need to address them. The joint office is well aware of our ruralness along with the surrounding states. We all are in the same place to where we have hundreds of miles in between cities. So the process to get that exemption is to show populations between cities. And then the next step is to actually have dollar amounts of what it would cost to get electricity in those areas. So we were not aware that we were going to be required to show that financial burden, but we are currently working on it so that we can then ask for those exemptions once again in year 3 and hopefully get them.
And for the record, Sandra Rosenberg, Deputy Director, Nevada Department of Transportation. Just to add a little bit more on the policy side, what the Nevada Department of Transportation is doing on that topic. We travel out to DC to meet with our delegation at least once a year, typically at least 2 to 3 times. This is one of our talking points every single time, to change the actual regulation from 50 miles to something that's more aligned with current ranges of the newer electric vehicles. So on Candy's program side, we're working with the joint office to get the exceptions to do the analysis. On the higher level policy side, we're saying, the rule doesn't make sense. It's an outdated mileage requirement. So we're kind of attacking it on a number of different levels.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenberg. I appreciate that. My last question, thank you for the indulgence, Chair. Is there anything that we can do to speed this up? Either, it sounds like you're working hard, but is there anything that we can do to speed this up, either at the state level or through engagement with our federal partners?
Candy Bar Worley for the record. I appreciate the offer, and I will definitely take that back to my desk with me. At this moment, I can't think of anything, but that could change daily, and I'll definitely reach out to you.
Thank you.
Committee members, do we have any additional questions for the Department of Transportation? Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I just have one, and I know that we're not there yet, but I'm curious to know what consideration has been given around the rates to charge at each one of these stations. How are we going to regulate that? What is the process by which we set charging rates? The reason I ask the question is, as I also have an EV, I'm never quite sure how much I'm going to pay to charge a vehicle when I move from municipality to municipality. And I'm curious to know if our ratepayers are going to have some protections or assurances as we electrify Nevada.
Candy Bar Worley for the record, that is not part of the NEVI program. I cannot answer that question.
All right, thank you. Are there any additional questions? Okay, not seeing any, we will go ahead and close out that agenda item. Thank you so much for being with us today. We're going to take it slightly out of order, and I'm going to go ahead and jump to agenda item 10. Which is a presentation on model building benchmarking and performance ordinance standards from Sarah Sawyer. She is a law student at William S. Boyd School of Law, participating in the Poverty Law and Policy Clinic, which is headed by Professor Rachel Anderson. Thank you so much for being here on such short notice. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready, okay? Take your time.
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Sawyer, and I am a student attorney in the Poverty Law and Policy Clinic, a Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic at the William S. Boyd School of Law at UNLV. I am not speaking for UNLV, the William S. Boyd School of Law, or the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic in giving this presentation. The Poverty Law and Policy Clinic, or the PLPC, teaches law students how to use law and policy to help Nevadans with the greatest needs. It does this by providing needed resources to help identify specific ways to reduce poverty and economic insecurity and ameliorate adverse collateral consequences so that Nevadans can live lives full of opportunity. One of the unique aspects of the PLPC is that student attorneys have the opportunity to develop and advance projects in their area of interest with supervision, guidance, and support. This presentation developed out of one such project. I am here today to talk about a proposal to help businesses by making existing buildings more energy efficient, protect Nevadans' health by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and save Nevadans money by reducing costs through the adoption of a benchmarking and building performance standards law. Climate change is creating a problem for Nevadans by increasing energy utility costs and harming their health. According to the Nevada Housing Division, from 2017 to 2021, approximately 42% of Nevada households rented their residence. Climate change creates a free market problem. When landlords own their home, they are incentivized to upgrade it with energy efficient measures to save on utility costs. However, in rental units, utility bills are the responsibility of the tenants, removing the incentive for landlords to upgrade their buildings. How can we address this problem? One solution to these problems could be the Model Building Benchmarking and Performance Standards Ordinance. The ordinance was drafted by students in the William S. Boyd School of Law's 2023 Climate Law Practicum, headed by Professor Frank Fritz, which I had the honor of being a part of. The stated purpose of the ordinance is to improve building performance, reduce operating costs, conserve resources for the equitable benefit of the residents of the jurisdiction, and mitigate climate change. The ordinance is divided into two consecutive parts, with benchmarking to be implemented first. Benchmarking is the measuring of an existing building's energy and water consumption. A building owner will input its building's energy and water use for the previous calendar year into the EPA's Energy Star Portfolio Manager, which is an interactive energy management tool that is cost-free for building owners and jurisdictions to use. In addition, benchmarking provides building owners with a host of benefits. It allows building owners to gain a baseline understanding of how their building is using energy and water, allows them to compare their building's energy and water use to other similar buildings and competitors, and incentivizes them to upgrade their building with energy-efficient materials to decrease energy use and utility bills. The second phase of the ordinance is building performance standards, which I may refer to as BPS throughout this presentation. BPS are custom plans designed for each existing building with the purpose of decreasing that building's energy use over time, thereby reducing its greenhouse gas emissions. This is achieved through a trajectory model set by the jurisdiction, which works by requiring building owners to improve their building to meet specific performance targets in energy efficiency at specified time intervals. Because BPS plans are custom, they will vary for each building by a number of factors, such as the age of the building and how many improvements are already in place. BPS also provides benefits to building owners. By implementing BPS, building owners decreased energy use, which increased consumer savings. The EPA found that after 1 year of implementing BPS, building owners saved approximately 2.4% in utility costs, and after 3 years, 7%. What is the poverty aspect to this proposal? The ordinance has a unique focus on protecting low-income communities, which it terms frontline communities. Frontline communities are defined in the ordinance as those that experience the most immediate and worst impacts of climate change and are most often communities of color, indigenous, or low income. Climate change affects these communities by decreasing air quality, increasing temperature-related deaths,
increasing vehicular traffic, decreasing work hours in weather-exposed labor industries, destroying cultural and natural resources due to flooding from heavy rainfall, and increasing the prevalence of health conditions such as chronically elevated blood pressures, chronically high blood sugar, and chronic immune system suppression. The ordinance prioritizes frontline communities in a few key ways. First, the ordinance establishes the Community Accountability Board. The primary responsibilities of the board in relation to frontline communities include, among other things, overseeing the ordinance's impact on frontline communities, ensuring that the rights of frontline communities are not infringed upon, and conducting outreach to frontline communities to seek participation in board meetings. Second, the ordinance requires a percentage of the funds collected from penalties for noncompliance with the ordinance to be allocated to improve the performance of existing buildings that serve frontline communities. Finally, the ordinance exempts from benchmarking existing buildings in which the owner is experiencing financial hardship for the current reporting year. I am proposing the ordinance be implemented as a statewide act applicable to large counties, specifically Clark and Washoe. State-level implementation is proposed to unify standards for counties and businesses. Further, jurisdictions will be able to compare their energy efficiency against another jurisdiction in the state, furthering market competition. The model ordinance language requires mandatory benchmarking and BPS. However, I am suggesting mandatory benchmarking and a voluntary BPS program for at least the first few years of implementation. Under this model for implementation, owners of existing commercial, residential, and state and local government buildings that are 25,000 square feet and larger would be required to benchmark and may opt in to the BPS program. Why implement mandatory benchmarking and voluntary BPS? First, benchmarking is relatively low cost to implement, while BPS would be a higher cost to implement, which I will discuss in further detail later on. Further, as to the BPS portion, voluntary programs increase cooperation and strengthen the relationship between private building owners and governments. Further, by enacting a voluntary program, building owners will have a longer time period to learn the technical aspects of BPS, how their building functions, and how to increase energy efficiency. This education serves to increase collaboration among building owners and shift corporate attitudes, leading to more widespread improvements over time. So what has Nevada done in this area so far? The city of Reno and Clark County have taken steps to utilize benchmarking and BPS programs to increase energy efficiency in their jurisdiction and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In 2015, the city of Reno committed to taking steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 28% by 2025 and 40% by 2030. To do this, they enacted the Energy and Water Efficiency Program, requiring city properties 10,000 square feet and larger, and local agency properties and public or private properties 30,000 square feet and larger to annually benchmark their energy and water use. The first reporting date for benchmarking occurred in 2019. Clark County is presently developing an all-in plan, which is a community-wide plan to address greenhouse gas emission reductions, economic, environmental, and social resilience, and transparency and equity. Limited information about the all-in plan is available at this time. However, the all-in plan sets goals to require commercial and public buildings 100,000 square feet and larger to benchmark, and require residential and commercial buildings to undergo deep retrofits for energy efficiency by 2050. So where does Nevada fit on a national perspective? Jurisdictions across the country have implemented benchmarking laws, BPS laws, or both. Presently, at least 41 cities or counties across the country have enacted benchmarking laws, and at least 5 cities or counties have enacted BPS laws. According to the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, 16 additional cities or counties across the country are considering implementing BPS laws. Jurisdictions are also trending towards statewide implementation of benchmarking and BPS laws. In 2019, Washington State was the first state to do so when it enacted the Clean Buildings Act, which required non-residential buildings 50,000 square feet and larger to benchmark and meet building performance standards. In 2022, the act was expanded to require commercial buildings 20,000 square feet and larger, and residential buildings 50,000 square feet and larger to benchmark. The expansion did not require newly covered buildings to meet building performance standards. However, it did establish an incentive plan in which owners will receive 30 cents per square foot for developing an energy management plan and an operations and maintenance program. Maryland, Oregon, Colorado, and Massachusetts have adopted similar laws. What are the costs of implementation, and is there available funding? Jurisdictions who have implemented statewide benchmarking and BPS laws have appropriated approximately $1.3 million for implementation. In terms of benchmarking, the EPA's Energy Star Portfolio Manager is a completely cost-free tool. Beyond the tool, benchmarking is a relatively low-cost method for tracking energy and water use. The highest cost associated with benchmarking is if the jurisdiction chooses to enforce compliance with the ordinance. The main source of costs associated with these laws results from implementing building performance standards, as additional jurisdictional staffing will be required to analyze existing buildings' energy and water use, create a trajectory for existing buildings to improve their building with energy efficiency measures, inspect existing buildings' improvements, and ensure overall compliance with the ordinance. However, there is federal funding available. For instance, the U.S. Department of Energy, Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, offers annual funding to states through its state energy program. The program works with states to increase the energy efficiency of the U.S. economy, implement plans for energy security, resiliency, and emergency preparedness, reduce energy costs and waste, increase investments to expand the use of energy resources that are abundant in the state, and promote economic growth with improved environmental quality. Since 2010, the program has provided states and territories with more than $540 million in financial assistance to achieve these goals. States must match up to 20% of federal funding. However, they may seek funding from third-party contributors. Other sources of funding are available through the state's Energy Efficiency Loan Fund Capitalization Grant Program and the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, assistance for the adoption of the latest and zero building energy codes. Finally, the ordinance contains a fee structure for building owners who fail to comply with the ordinance. Collected fees are placed into the Building Performance Fund. A portion of the funds must be used to improve buildings serving frontline communities, as I already mentioned. However, the remainder of the funds may be used to improve public properties within the jurisdiction or support the administration of the ordinance. Thank you for this opportunity to present. I hope you will consider helping businesses make existing buildings more energy efficient, protect Nevadans' health by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and save Nevadans money by reducing costs by adopting a benchmarking and BPS law. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I know that you've spent a lot of time and effort on this, and it definitely shows, so we appreciate that. Do committee members have any questions? Let's see. Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Very comprehensive, really well done. You said it pretty quickly. What is the state-federal match for your proposal?
Sarah Sawyer for the record. Are you referring to the program I was discussing earlier? Okay, yeah, so it's a 20% state federal match, but that can be third-party contributor funds may be used for that third-party match, or for that federal match.
Thank you. And then have you had conversations with local jurisdictions with regard to your proposal? And if you have, how has that been received?
Sarah Sawyer for the record. No, not yet. However, the ordinance has measures built in to really increase stakeholder engagement throughout the process, specifically with building owners, to really help building owners understand the provisions of the ordinance. However, I also recognize the great importance of not only meeting with Clark County and Washoe County, but also meeting with associations such as the Nevada Association of Counties to really gauge their understanding of these concepts and how they want to move their plans forward, and how this ordinance could fit in with those plans.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm curious to know, while the initial presentation that you delivered is relative to the two largest counties that we have, I'm pleased to hear you talk about working with NACO and all of our counties in Nevada. Would you see this as an option to include all counties? Since much of the language you're proposing is permissive, would that be advantageous to the overall project that you're proposing?
Thank you for that question, Sarah Sawyer, for the record. It depends on the composition of those counties. If there aren't a lot of large buildings in those counties, then the ordinance really wouldn't serve as much of a purpose in those counties. It may also impose burdens on very small counties who do not have a lot of funding to support a new ordinance of this type. So that's why I suggest implementing to those large counties first, and then you can expand outward as Nevada expands outward.
Does your model ordinance apply to multifamily homes?
It does. It applies to residential buildings 25,000 square feet and larger. What is exempted from the ordinance is buildings that use a majority of its energy for manufacturing, electric power generation, communications infrastructure, and data centers, and then also federal government buildings.
Does the ordinance require that that the utility make this data available to homeowners? Or, well, not homeowners, building owners?
Yes, so specifically with the benchmarking provision, landlords work with their tenants to get the data from them. However, if they're unable to do that, then they work directly with the utility.
Is that in the ordinance, though?
Sarah Sawyer, for the record, yes.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Assemblyman Watts, did you have a question? I saw you kind of reach in there.
Thank you, Chair. Not much of a question, just a comment. I appreciate you making the presentation, and also really appreciate everything that the law school has done. I've had several conversations with students that have engaged in policy research, had the opportunity to work with some students that were engaged in doing this policy research during the last legislative session, and were able to incorporate that into law. So I think it's a great example of the potential partnerships between our higher education institutions and our government institutions in advancing policy. So look forward to diving into this more, and appreciate you coming and sharing this with us.
Okay. Any additional questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Hope you have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now go ahead and close out what was Agenda Item 10 and go back in order to Agenda Item 6, which is a presentation on programs and plans of Nevada's regional transportation commissions. So we have representatives from both the RTC of Southern Nevada and the RTC of Washoe County. And we are fortunate enough to be joined not just by representatives, but by the representative, the CEO of the RTC of Southern Nevada, Miss MJ Maynard. And then up north, we have the executive director of the RTC of Washoe County, Mr. Bill Thomas. Welcome to both of you. I'll let you fight over who goes first. Just kidding, you're in separate rooms, so not really possible, but sounds like you already had an agreement, and it looks like the South won. Miss Maynard.
There, thank you. Thank you, Chair Harris and members of the committee, and Bill Thomas, thanks for letting me go first. My name is MJ Maynard, for the record, CEO of the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada. And again, thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on mobility and some of the funding challenges that we have here in Southern Nevada. So, you know, Las Vegas, we are a world-class city and destination. We've always been known as the entertainment capital of the world. We're quickly becoming known as the sports capital of the world. What we are not known for is a world-class mobility system here in Southern Nevada. Certainly not one that's been able to keep up with all the advancements in and around the resort quarter, as well as the population growth. So I'm going to talk today a little bit about an overview, high level, about our mobility system, and then some of the challenges that we're facing. But I do want to begin with, you know, how did we get here? How is it that we are, again, as the roadway funding agency, as a public transit provider, how has that been, we've been able to grow and maintain in terms of funding? And so we want to talk a little bit about the evolution of funding in for our agency for here as a representative, again, of Southern Nevada. So in 1965, through state legislation, we received a 1 cent per gallon fuel tax for roadway infrastructure. And for context, at the time, population in Clark County in 1965 was a little over 211,000 people. Let's see. And then by an advisory question in 1990, we received 9 cents per gallon of fuel tax for roadways and a 0.25% sales tax for transit. And that's really when we began operating our transit system. The population in Clark County at that time was about 770,000 residents. And then in 2002, another advisory question where we received a 0.25% sales tax for both roadway and transit. Population at that time was about 1.6 million residents. And then in 2013, through state legislation, we indexed the gas tax to inflation for roadways from 2014 through 2016. The population at the time, about 2.1 million residents, called Southern Nevada home. And then in 2016, through a ballot measure, we continued to index fuel tax to inflation for the next 10 years. And the population in Southern Nevada at that time in 2016 is about 2.2 million residents. And so you see, you see this correlation between how we grow and the funding that's needed to support that growth. Can you imagine without that growth, not only would we not look like the community that we have today and support the hospitality industry, but over the last 26 years, we've invested $3.7 billion. We certainly would, again, without the investment, we would not look like the community that we are today. Can you imagine not having the 215? The Bruce Woodbury Beltway or the I-11 Boulder City Bypass, certainly all the improvements in and around Las Vegas Boulevard, and also the major corridor investments here in Southern Nevada. Additionally, what would we look like if we were not offering services for seniors, for veterans, for students? Game Day Express, all of those are not required by law. We do that because it's the right thing to do for the community. And so I want to talk about the again, fuel revenue indexing program, just how successful it's been. Since this map is our FRI-funded projects through 2014, we've been able to start over 670 roadway projects, and with 439 of those completed to date. And as you can see, it's been regionally successful. It's literally touched every portion of the valley. Because of that program, also FRI, we've been able to put 78 local small businesses to work. We've awarded $2.2 billion in roadway projects, and over 16,000 jobs have been created because of the FRI program. And certainly to you committee, because of your vision in serving Southern Nevada in this role as well as previous roles, we've been able to successfully, again, implement those funding options that have improved mobility in and around Southern Nevada. I also want to thank the Southern Nevadan community for their willingness to support those advisory questions and ballot question. So we'll talk real briefly about the challenges facing our mobility. I'm going to start with the transit system. I think I've certainly reported to you previously on our transit deficit, something that's been ongoing for a number of years now. We've updated that. But before I get there, again, I want to remind just the significance. We are the 14th busiest bus system in the United States here in Southern Nevada, 39 fixed transit routes. We actually are serving now over 50 million residents, or 50 million boardings every year. And it's really important that I think if you don't ride public transit here in Southern Nevada, you think it's just people that can't afford a car. That's just not true. It's 80% of those 150,000 daily boardings are people going to work. Public transit is part of the economic ecosystem in this community.
Thank you, RTC. I use your services every day to the grocery store, school, work. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, RTC, for letting me go to work and taking me to doctor's appointments.
525,000 moments, oh dear. 525,600 minutes.
Thank you, RTC, for getting me to work every day.
Measure a year in daylights, in sunsets, in midnights, in cups of coffee, in inches.
Thank you, RTC. We love you. You make it very convenient for us to get to where we're getting to.
525,600 minutes. How do you measure?
RTC, I use your services every day to go to the doctor, to go everywhere. I actually depend on RTC.
Thank you, RTC, for your services. And we take the bus every day, and we use the app. It makes it easy.
Seasons of love. Seasons of love.
I ride RTC all the time, and I rely on this bus. It's a very great service. Thank you very much.
600 minutes. 525,000 journeys to play.
Thank you for allowing us to show that video. I think it's great to hear from the people who actually use their service. And again, 150,000 daily boardings, and those are people that are going to work and going to places where they need to go. So we connect people to opportunities, to people to places, and very proud of the work that we do for our community. So I think you've heard us say before, I think we do a lot with very little, try to make the most out of our assets. We have the highest fare box recovery ratio for a bus system in the United States. That means we collect more money at our fare box than other bus systems. We have the lowest subsidy. I'll come back to that. That's public investment in public transit, one of the lowest operating costs here in Southern Nevada, and again, 14th busiest bus system. And I'll talk about that public subsidy because when you compare the per capita investment in transit on an annual basis, and you compare this to some of our peer cities, we rank almost last. So while it's less public investment, you get what you pay for. So less public investment means that there's less investment in mobility options. And so if you see here, Orlando and Las Vegas, our subsidies here in Las Vegas about $118 annually per capita. Compare that to Austin, Salt Lake City, LA, Miami, Denver, Portland. They spend anywhere from $80 to $250 more per capita annually on public mobility. And that says besides Orlando and Las Vegas, all the other cities have multiple modes of transit, light rail, heavy rail, et cetera. So again, it's that investment certainly will reflect what kind of mobility you can offer within your community. And so real quickly, I want to talk about the transit financial assessment. And this actually really is specific to, again, thank you to all of you. Thank you for your leadership and your willingness. The Senate Bill 341, you provided the RTC here in Southern Nevada with $5 million by name for transit improvements. And we sincerely appreciate that much needed financial support. I just want to let you know that more specifically in September, and this is what we're doing with the $2.5 million this year, and I'll talk about what we're going to do with the $2.5 million in 2025. We are going to adjust timing to several transit routes. If you ask a transit rider what they want the most from improvements in public transit, they want faster service and more reliable service. And so because of this funding, we're going to provide more frequency to help improve, again, the reliability of service due to major construction projects. Right now, almost a third of our public transit routes are impacted by construction every single day. Currently, customers on these routes sometimes have to wait anywhere between 30 minutes to 2 hours more because of the interruption of those detours. We're also going to extend Transit Route 113 near the Las Vegas Motor Speedway to address the needs of the rapidly expanding manufacturing industry that's out there. It's going to support 8,100 employees in that area. That extension will also benefit 66,000 residents that live within a half mile of those bus stops. And then in 2025, we're going to use the other $2.5 million to increase the frequency of Transit Route 209. That's the Vegas Owens route. We're going to adjust from running every hour to every 30 minutes. And this will dramatically reduce the commute times for at least 57,000 residents and impact over 8,200 employees along the route. It is important to note that Resort Quarter employees heavily use this route in the northern area of town. And then finally, we're also looking to expand the frequency of service hours or extend hours of operation to 20 transit routes to early morning or late evening services that will better accommodate workers traveling during those times. And so this change will reduce the wait times for approximately 5,000 weekly customers. So again, thank you so much for Assembly Bill 341. It's really going to benefit the community. So let's talk about my favorite F word, funding. And this graph here. This actually represents the current and projected transit fund cash balance. And if you notice the bars on the right, those are revenues. The bars on the left are expenditures. It's important to note that the shaded area behind that represents the cash balance in the fund. So everything that we have and every bit of money that we anticipate received, including federal funds, this noted in this slide. So again, you've seen previous presentations from the RTC on this transit fund deficit. We've updated the numbers. It's important to note that even between fiscal years 27 and 29, the deficit is over $160 million. And of course, the trend is not where we want it to go. In the outer years, you can see that decline continues. And we'll have to do what we've done in the past. We've been here before, not to this significant funding deficit, but we have been here before during the Great Recession and then during the pandemic. And the last thing that we want to do is cut public transit service. And so we always look internally first. How are we as efficient as we can be? And we've adjusted our budget by deferring capital projects, cutting management staff and pay, furloughing the agency, hiring freeze, and things that are real difficult but necessary when we're in that kind of funding deficit. Because again, the last thing is reducing service, but unfortunately we've had to do that as well. And again, reducing service really is the last thing that we want to do. So let me talk about roadways now and the funding models around roadways. Just briefly, again, we work to support over 8,000 miles of roadways in Southern Nevada on behalf of the local jurisdictions to help fund their planning, construction, maintenance of those roadways. As the traffic manager of the region, the traffic management team, they manage over 1,600 signalized intersections, over 1,100 CCTV cameras, 74 ramp meters, over 1,600 miles of fiber optic cables, and 169 dynamic messaging signs. So again, it's a team that's busy working to move the community in a very expeditious manner. This slide represents our capital improvement program. Again, as the roadway funding agency, this is it's a 10-year program. This shows you that the current CIP is made up of 278 projects. They're in various modes. Some are completed, some are planned. These are all on behalf of the local jurisdictions. All of these projects have funds that are encumbered for those projects. And as you can see, again, it's a very successful program. Regionally impacts the area. It's a positive impact for the area. And then we also want to thank, again, we could not do this alone. We are the agency that we are today because we collaborate and work closely with all the local jurisdictions.
We're really excited about the new traffic signal at Sunset and Quarter Horse. This is right next to Southern Hills Hospital. It's going to provide a tremendous amount of new safety features for those that are traveling to and from the hospital, but also for just all of the motorists, all of the cyclists, all of the pedestrians in that entire corridor over there. And it's just part of the improvements that we're working on in the Southwest thanks to the RTC and Fuel Revenue Index funding.
Hi, I'm Alexis Moosey. I'm the CEO of Southern Hills Hospital and Medical Center. I wanted to thank the RTC and everyone that made the new stoplight on Sunset and Quarter Horse possible. It has provided more safety, it has provided convenience, it has provided more access to the hospital, and this is something that we have been eagerly waiting for many, many years. So thank you to everyone that made this happen. We are very grateful, and you can see it at any time of day or night, the lines to come in and out, and so it's clearly doing its job and it's working.
My name is Cade with Pt.1. I work here, and I actually take that commute home over to where Commissioner Jones put the light on Quarter Horse, and I have noticed a significant increase in safety for drivers. I've seen a few cyclists go that way as well. I really actually appreciate that light being there. I think it makes the flow home a lot more manageable. I would like to thank Commissioner Jones and RTC for putting that light there and just improving the overall safety for everyone on that side of town.
Okay, so let's talk about roadway funding, and it'll be a very similar actually, let me I'm jumping ahead here. So this is just a reflection. This slide represents just how successful the FRI program has been. The dark bars represent motor vehicle fuel tax. The orange bars represent the funding we received due to FRI, the entire program from 2014. Without FRI, if you note again, the funding levels would have been, remained flat, or there'd been a slight decline. And so, again, this FRI program has generated more than $900 million to help fund critical roadway projects. This, again, is the slide that, again, we'll talk about as similar to the transit slide. This is the roadway funding through the term of the current CIP. It's current and projected funding for roadway projects. We've forecasted the ability to raise enough revenue and have the bonding capacity to cover the local jurisdiction's 10-year capital improvement program. At the same time, though, the jurisdictions have provided us a list of about $2 billion worth of projects that do not have funding available. The CIP does not reflect the future projects that you've heard. There's talk about El Dorado Valley getting expanded, the Apex area, the supplemental airport. None of those future projects are identified here or have funding identified for that. Again, those projects that are well into the future. Without the FRI program, because again, that purple shaded area, that represents the cash fund balance. And as you can see again, it's not going in the direction we want it. If the fuel revenue indexing program, it's slated to discontinue by 2026. If fuel revenue indexing is not given a chance to be indexed going forward, we anticipate only having about $75 to $100 million available every year for the local jurisdictions to split and to share for their roadway maintenance and then future growth projects. So what do? I've provided here that we've got some funding challenges. What does the future look like? What are our options? We know that, again, we're going to continue to grow. We continue to be one of the fastest growing regions in the United States. We expect over the next 10 years to reach about 2.7 million residents calling Southern Nevada home. We know that today there are funding challenges that we don't necessarily see going away in the future, at least not right now. We're seeing taxable gallons sold continue to drop. The purchase of fuel-efficient vehicles and zero-emission vehicles continues to grow at a much more rapid pace, I think, than anticipated. The demand for mobility options in Southern Nevada, we get calls all the time for businesses that would like more service or new service, and from residents and tourists that just want better service. Labor has had a significant impact on how we're funding our streets and highways program, and transit. Inflation, supply chain continues to impact even the funding that we have today. We'll be able to do less with the same amount of money. On the transit side of the house, we have not invested in public transit in over 20 years, but again, we've seen a demand for more service and for better service. On the roadway side, despite the increasing gas prices that you see at the pump, the RTC, we only received 23.1 cents to fund roadway projects throughout Southern Nevada. And then again, we're seeing a rapid increase in the number of electric vehicles and all of that. So the point of this is that if the indexing program is discontinued in 2026, at a time that we still have about $2 billion of unfunded projects in the pipeline, that is problematic for our jurisdictions and for our community. Let's see. Can't seem to move this one. Try this. Oh, there we go. All right, so I'll get to this. I'm going to conclude with talk about a potential, MJ, RTC, you've dumped right here. We've got some major problems, so, what now? I certainly want to know, I want you to, the biggest takeaway from this presentation is that we have a structural problem how we fund not only transit but also roadways. And it's going to be really critical for us to find a long-term sustainable funding source for both. Particularly on the transit side, we have a problem today that will be a crisis in the future. We can't figure this out. We can't do that alone. It's going to take collaboration and a collective effort. Future efforts could include a ballot measure. It could include an extension of existing indexing, new revenue sources, or a combination of that. And I think that we are committed to keeping you apprised of what those potential funding solutions could look like. Look forward to working with you the next legislative session. But again, it's a community problem that will take a community to solve. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions for the RTC of Southern Nevada? Assemblyman Carter.
Thank you. In the beginning of your presentation, you talked about, and I remember it distinctly, the big march to bypass Boulder City with I-11. And now my community is seeing a similar problem in that it's the understanding that I-11 is going to come down through the 93-95 corridor, through the Spaghetti Bowl, which is already a mess for access to the east side of Las Vegas, and going to add to the already worst air quality in the valley on the east side of Las Vegas. Is there any consideration giving to thinking about the impact that decision is going to have on the urban core of Las Vegas?
MJ Maynard, for the record, Sylvia, thank you for that question. Certainly as the funding agency for the arterials, the roadway network in Southern Nevada, and we certainly were able to move funds around for the I-11. The freeway infrastructure programs are overseen and determined by NDOT, working with the local jurisdictions. So unfortunately, I'm not able to succinctly answer that question, but I could certainly get some information for you if you'd like.
Follow-up or second question? My second question regards a topic that came up in the last GNI meeting. It was talking about red light cameras, but it was also talking about the increase in left turn problems and violations. Where do we stand on modernizing and installing smart intersections? Because I know at least in the older sections of Vegas, we're seeing that happen a lot because of empty intersections that are red because the sensor technology hasn't been upgraded. Is there any plan to modernize that?
MJ Maynard, for the record, and something great question. You are exactly right. We know today there are out of the 1,600 signalized intersections, there are over 300 where the equipment may not be working or there may not be fiber connectivity. It's either the loop system under the asphalt, so you're exactly right. We currently are actually underway with we've got some consultants working with us. We've mapped out, we wanted to understand where those gaps were, start there. We'll be again applying for, we're working closely with all the local jurisdictions to upgrade the entire traffic management system. It needs to happen. In terms of, smart technology, we're underway with a pilot with 3 different companies. It's called Advanced Intersection Analytics. There are 8 different intersections in Las Vegas right now. We are capturing data that shows where there's red light running, where there's near misses. So is it vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to ped? And we're able to, it has been really great information. We're able to take that information. We're working closely every month. We meet with all of the police jurisdictions and the public works folks, take that data. 1, they can use it for enforcement purposes. 2, we can look at, we're seeing jaywalking, maybe we need to move our bus stops. 3, it's maybe some of the public works folks can look for some traffic calming measures or new roadway design that will help some of those, some of the things we're seeing that really increase pedestrian fatalities and things like that.
Specifically, I was talking about, because I come from the IBEW world and used to cover the contractors doing this. And a lot of my members, my brothers and sisters from the IBEW that are working the traffic world, talk about how that now there's more autonomous per intersection solutions such as cameras and optical control of intersections and even radar and LiDAR that are much more efficient than the magnetic loops, especially if you're a motorcycle driver and stuff like that. Is there any move towards that type of technology?
Jamie, for the record, and so, to the best of my knowledge, yes. And I will specifically get you the information that we're working on in terms of ensuring that there's a fiber connectivity throughout the valley. That's ongoing right now, and I will make sure that you get that detailed information.
Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Maynard. Great to see you here. Thanks for the presentation, as always. I just have a couple of quick questions. First, in your presentation, you mentioned that 1/3 of routes are currently impacted by road construction. I'm curious to know, is there a way that we're able to communicate that with our ridership? How long is the delay going to continue? What is the methodology that you're communicating that?
I'm Jamie, for the record. Thank you. Something a great question, because our job is again to inform the public. There's nothing worse than not knowing, again, if your bus is coming, if you're going to be late for work. So our marketing team, run by the amazing Angela Castro, they do a lot of great work. So we have folks that we send out, whether it's a text, an email, on the Ride RTC app. We're connected to real-time information. It's called Swiftly, that is able to know if you're you can actually see in real time where your bus is. We do information at our transit centers, on our buses. The operators will do all calls. It is an all hands on deck kind of opportunity. And we learned a lot, we continue to learn a lot in how we can improve how we reach out to our customers. We're finding that it's digitally, that seems to be, and social media platforms seem to be very effective.
Thank you for that. It's really difficult, as you know, when you're waiting for your bus and you just don't know, and there's road dirt everywhere. So I appreciate that. Can you talk a little bit about recruiting and driver vacancies? I know that you've had some negotiations as of late, right? Working on labor standards. You talked about labor being an impact on how you're able to utilize revenue. So first, would you talk to recruiting and driver vacancies, and then driver training? I have experienced a bus or two that perhaps went through a light that would have been yellow. And so I'm curious to know, how are we following up on active training and monitoring driver performance on the street?
I'm Jamie, for the record. Assemblywoman, as you know, the 30 years that we've operated as a transit system, we contract out our service. Currently, we have TransDev operating our fixed route contract and MV operating our paired transit contract. And with that being said, the TransDev employees are represented by the ATU. The MV employees are represented by the Teamsters. They both recently negotiated collective bargaining agreements that gave all the employees a raise, a deserved raise, quite frankly. And we're seeing success because the wage increases were pretty significant. And so it is a concerted effort by both MV and TransDev to get out there and recruit. Right now, we're seeing improvement there. So that I think, again, because the collective bargaining agreements were just passed, there've got a lot of folks in training. So training, we work closely with both contractors. They're required through the scope of work in RFP to maintain training, and then there are also federal requirements in terms of training. When we are made aware, RTC is made aware of what you just described, the bus may not be, this is something we can pull up the data, we can take a look, we could actually go back in and view that, and then share that with the contractors, and then they do some remedial training.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then one last question. We worked on microtransit, right? First mile, last mile is a way to get folks into the existing bus system where they were outside of the mapped routes. Do you have an impact statement relative to that? How many riders have been utilizing microtransit? Is it beneficial? Is it a program that we should continue to focus on?
I'm Jamie for the record, and again, great question. Yes, you're going to see transit systems all over the United States are using microtransit in some way, shape, or form. It's not the answer, it's not a replacement, but it's a complementary service. In the Southwest area, it was fastest growing area of the region. We didn't have funds to expand. We received stimulus dollars, and we decided to take those dollars and instead of putting in your traditional fixed route paratransit, we added microtransits to that area. We've seen over a 200% increase year over year in the folks that are utilizing it. On one bus, you'll find paratransit customers and high school students and fixed route riders. And so we're finding a lot of success in our sort of love all, serve all approach. And with future funding opportunities, we would look to do that in other parts of the valley.
No problem. I believe we have Senator Daley up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments before I get to the question, and nothing against Northern Nevada RTC, but congratulations on your transit usage. Anecdotally, it's better than ours. I don't see too many people on the bus, and I've never used it, but nevertheless, the numbers are good, and I know it's a often forgotten part of what people see that the RTC does. So good on that. The other comment before a question is just, I know you mentioned, and there was a mention here of labor costs are increasing, and I know that's different between transit and the construction side, but just FYI, the cost in construction, the amount that's labor, generally 80% of a cost of a project is materials. It's not the labor that's driving some of the stuff. You just use it as inflation, but that cost is materials, not labor. And they're deserved raises as well. Those people out there do great services for us. So question, and I'm more familiar with the northern RTC than the southern, and I know you have. Can you just give me an update on where you're at and what the next steps are to continue your gas tax indexing? Is there a way to make it permanent the way it is in Washoe County? I'd prefer it to be statewide, but let's take one step at a time. Can you fill in the blanks there on what it is that has to happen next between now and 2026 before that ends?
I'm Jamie for the record, and thank you very much for that question. We're looking to do what we've again tried to do during the last legislative session. We would prefer, the short-term fix is to continue indexing fuel tax inflation, whether that's through enabling legislation, preferably, that again could be put in place as an interim process before going out to a ballot question. So I think we'll look at both options, and it's really going to be again about working with the local jurisdictions, our board, and the next legislative session.
And I understand that, and I believe, if I remember correctly, and these guys can correct me if I'm wrong, when they did the gas tax indexing in Washoe County, I think it was like 2009 or 5 or something. I know it was WC5. It was an advisory question, and then it came to the legislature, and we enabled the county to implement it, and we barely got it done, but the county implemented it, and it's been in place ever since. Maybe that's a model that you guys could go forward, because I look at your chart, and I see the, and I talk with some of my friends that I still know in the construction industry in Southern Nevada, and it's been very successful. Not only have you made road improvements, it's put a lot of people to work, creating those jobs and various things. So when you look at the future revenue, and God bless my brothers in the environmental movement and that, have you guys done any studies or anything on the additional impact that electric vehicles have on the road? Because last time I checked, they don't drive over potholes any better than anybody else. They get stuck in congestion the same as everybody else. They have issues with the safety upgrades and various things the same as everybody else, but they're not really contributing to the resolution of the problem or the funding side of the equation. And I know that's not RTC's bailiwick or responsibility on that side, and hopefully we can get something done in the future. But is there more impact by the electric vehicles? Has there been a study or anything on that, on the degradation of the roadway?
MJ Maynard, for the record, I'm not aware of a study that is being undertaken in terms of, and I think you're probably referring to just the weight of the vehicles that may have a more of an impact on roadways. I'm not aware of that, at least not at our agency, but I can certainly, I will look into that, and if there's something, I'll make sure that you get that. I think the conversation on EVs has been happening for a long time, and NDOT has put together a working group on behalf of the governor to have a conversation around that, which we're participating in. So I think more to come on that.
I hope so. I mean, it's something that we need to address, because we're all in favor of fuel efficiency. We're all in favor of, the electric vehicles and various things, but there has to be a balance that then says, how are we going to pay for the roadways and the various things? Because, like I said, they still are impacted by the potholes and congestion and the safety issues that RTC does. Just last question, just from my understanding. Again, so how much, obviously you guys have roadways or that have been designated as RTC jurisdiction versus cities, usually main thoroughfares, boulevards, wider streets. And then DOT has their jurisdiction. Do you work with and have co-funding sometimes with DOT on projects that impact both? And then are you able to go into the municipalities and help supplement or work with them on some of your funding as well? So how does all that coordination work? I know I'm fairly familiar with it, how it works in the north, but I was just curious if you have similar processes.
I'm Jay Maynard, for the record. Thank you for the question. It's very collaborative. We are the funding agency, so we work directly with all the local jurisdictions. We also go after every single, as the RTC grant opportunity that we can, and we found success in partnering with the local jurisdictions in terms of trying to, co-fund various projects. We work closely with NDOT. We manage all of their equipment on the highway system, and so again, it's a very collaborative approach that we take.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to hear it. I figured it was that way. I just wanted to be clear. So that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I appreciate some of the music that was playing during your presentation. Anyone who's paying attention could see which members of this committee attended arts programs at some point. And I like how it ended with 525,000 journeys to plan. Very good, very good. So one question, kind of building on some of the questions about funding that my colleague from Senate District 13 asked. So you provided some of that information on per capita funding for the agency, and I just wanted to get clarity. So that's overall revenue divided by how many residents we have, even though we're also deriving sales tax and fuel tax revenue from visitors as a major entertainment and now sports destination. Is that right? So even though we're the number of people includes also our tourist base, we're still, when we just divide the overall revenue by our actual population, are kind of underperforming compared to other similarly sized jurisdictions. Is that right?
MJ Maynard, for the record, that is correct.
Thank you. Perfect, concise response. And I appreciate the thanks that you provided on some of the initiatives that the legislature has brought forward. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't also thank the federal partners. You mentioned some of the grants that the agency has gone after. I remember getting some of these presentations, and thankfully we had a major influx of pandemic response funds from the administration that has helped push that cliff a few years into the future. And I also just heard the news about the federal grant award for upgrades to transit on Maryland Parkway, which I am very excited about, as it is kind of a major corridor through our district, through my district, as well as a major corridor for residents and for the workforce. So I was just wondering if at a high level you could kind of tell us, I know that's something that you've been planning for quite some time, but now that some of that funding has been pulled in from the federal government, kind of what the timeline looks like for beginning to develop the new bus rapid transit system along Maryland Parkway.
MJ Maynard, for the record, thank you. It was a good day. We received almost $150 million from the Federal Transit Administration to support the Maryland Parkway BRT. You're correct. We've been working on that for a number of years. Maryland Parkway, this corridor connects Harry Reid International through UNLV, through the medical district, and all the way through downtown into the Las Vegas Medical District. It is one of the busiest routes. There's about 9,000 daily riders. A very, very important corridor. Certainly a gateway for UNLV, and so you'll see improvement not only in the service that we'll be providing, much more efficient service, but better stations and better amenities and shade and wider sidewalks. And again, it's going to make advanced improvements along the corridor again from the airport through the downtown medical district. And I'm sorry to answer your question. We'll begin construction. RFP process is just about through, but in 2024, we plan on beginning construction with service begin in 2026.
Wonderful. That's really exciting news. Again, not just for me, but for, I think, residents throughout kind of the Central Valley. And then, how does that kind of fit in? You mentioned some of the, your focus on workforce, transportation, and transit as well. So how does that how do you see that fitting in, and kind of do you have any additional information that you'd like to share on working with our partners in the resort corridor to help get that workforce, from home to work and back? Again, that's, a significant potential source of congestion. I know that it's probably also reducing some of those vehicle trips and helping get folks on transit probably aligns with some of the sustainability goals that our resort partners have. So is there any additional information that you can provide on kind of that collaboration to help support the workers that are already on transit and maybe help encourage more workers to be able to take transit and make sure that folks can clock in on time?
Jamie, for the record, it's exactly right. Again, if you have a mobility problem, you potentially have an economic problem in your community because it is about the workforce. So we work closely with the Culinary Union, with the resorts, particularly after and during the F1 event. It was a time to really collaborate on how you move those employees in and around the resort corridor. We know that in talking to the Culinary Union, they would like more frequent service. They want more service, and we're looking at potentially with future funding opportunities to implement workforce mobility. So with an intention and understanding where exactly the employees live by way of an anonymized zip code chart, and then identifying an express type of service from those areas to the resort corridor, and working looking for improvements on the west side of the strip, again for access for both all angles of the resort corridor.
That's fantastic. And my last question, my colleague from Senate District 13 brought it up. When it comes to indexing, and obviously the legislature did take action to try and address that with Assembly Bill 359 last session that unfortunately got vetoed, and as well as, conversations about trying to incorporate electric vehicles I agree. It's time to turn, there's been a lot of conversation. It's time we turn that conversation into action. And I hope that we can get everyone together to figure out what that looks like. My question is particularly on fuel revenue indexing. And again, while my perspective is that we should kind of move to a model that restores some local control to decide if they want to adopt indexing or not. I know that as it stands under the law right now, we face a potential vote in 2026. My question is there, are you seeing any impacts to your planning currently based on the uncertainty and possible end of FRI in 2 years? Are we seeing that already start to impact project planning now?
Jamie, for the record, the answer would be yes. And it would be one that we're seeing because of some of the inflationary costs, the impacts to how we're doing business post-pandemic, the amount of funding that's been identified in the 10-year CIP program. We're able to do a little bit less with the same amount of money because of those increased inflationary costs. And so it's certainly something that we have to always consider.
Thank you. That's unfortunate to hear. And the best time to have addressed this would have been yesterday. The next best day is tomorrow. So hopefully we can make this a priority during the beginning of the next legislative session. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Thank you, Director Maynard. So I wanted to first of all give you some accolades on the great work as far as the buses to the sporting events, and that is very helpful. Been on that many times, and I know it's just kind of a big community event, riding the buses to and from. It's well organized and just wonderful. Also, the witty sayings as you're driving down the roadways, and that you have coming across the placards, and that very clever and catches your attention. So that's all great. Also, I have a few friends that do ride the transit, and just it seems really seamless. I can only imagine you really do take a lot of the weight as far as traffic from the roadways when people do choose to ride transit, public transit. And so thank you for all you do with that. My question, I guess, goes to workforce shortages or challenges. Do you have any of that? I know that you contract that out, but do you have workforce issues in that on getting qualified bus drivers and keeping them in their seats and that?
MJ Mayor, for the record, Senator, thank you for the question. Yes, the answer is yes, but it's getting better. We're finding that the workforce, it's not just transit, public, private sector companies. I think we're all facing sort of that labor shortage. More people are retiring than coming to the workforce. But I do believe that with the most recent collective bargaining agreements by both the ATU and the Teamsters, we're seeing a positive improvement in terms of the attraction, potential retention of those operators.
Thank you so much. I have a friend who drives the bus and loves it. So great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions from committee members? All right. I'll just make one note. I noticed in your presentation that you made a claim about about people riding the bus having jobs, and that you use that to dispel the claim that it's people who can't afford to ride the bus. And I would just caution against those two things being the same thing. I think often, unfortunately, we live in a society where people do have a job and still cannot afford to drive a car. And so I see 80% of the people riding a bus who have jobs as people who are likely working poor and still don't have the additional discretionary income to maybe make a car payment, get the car registered, and pay insurance on that every month, even though they are employed. That number may be saying something a bit different than what we're using it for in the presentation. But other than that, I thought it was great. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. What you said is what I really, that was my intention. I think it's sometimes people think it's just poor people that don't have jobs, that are just riding the system, and this really is about hardworking people that have less mobility options, either have no options or they have limited options. And so it's our job as a community, if we really want to talk about the value of a community, it's about, you can't have access without mobility. So thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, we will go ahead and turn up north now to Washoe, and we look forward to hearing your presentation. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
A little technical help here. Good morning, Senator Harris and committee members. My name is Bill Thomas. I'm the Executive Director of Regional Transportation Commission of Washoe County, the other RTC, if you will. And I also brought with me today a couple people to help me. Hopefully, if you have questions, maybe go a little deeper than I might. Jim Gee, who's our Director of Public Transportation and runs our public transportation program. And then also Michael Hillerby, who you all are familiar with, helps us navigate your challenging and complex world. So I wanted to start today just to share, because I know there's a lot of things on your mind, who we are and what we do, and very similar to MJ walk through kind of what's going on in our world. But I think where I'd like to start is, I think all of us know Nevada's a pretty special place. And I would say in the world of transportation, which is something that touches everybody's lives, and I know a major subject for this committee as you look at the future of our state, we are very fortunate. And what I mean by that is that when you look at our structure under the core function, we are pretty special in Nevada in how we manage and arrange and govern our transportation world. Much like Southern Nevada, RTC, we actually run 3 programs that are highly interlinked, and that is the Metropolitan Planning Organization function, which is a federal construct for communities of greater than 50,000. We're one of the 4 in our state, the other being Lake Tahoe and then Carson City. And then we also run the public transportation system, much like Southern Nevada RTC. And then lastly, we do manage the funding and the construction. And it's a little different than Southern Nevada. We actually do the design and construction of the major roads. The point I guess I want to make with that is not only do we provide an integrated service, but we also, because of our scale, work very closely with Southern Nevada RTC and NDOT. So we have an opportunity, to the extent we can help you collectively in dealing with this issue, to pull together very quickly, and I think in a very positive working way, all of the major players in the government world of public transportation and transportation in general to put our state in the best place that we can put it. I want to talk about one of the 3 core businesses first, which is public transportation, kind of the bulk of the conversation so far. So much like Southern Nevada RTC, we run the public transportation system, the backbone of which is our fixed route buses, which we call RTC Ride. We serve about 5 million people a year in terms of rides, and I would say roughly we're about 1/10 of the size of Southern Nevada RTC. So very similar service, but scale much different. And again, talking about the ridership, ours is about 60% from the demographics work trips, but I would say that, as the chair said, that the majority of our riders, as we check the demographics, are those who are probably economically challenged. But I think all of society and our state and everybody wants to see how can we get people off the roads, if for no other reason than to maybe reduce the traffic jams, but also for all the environmental reasons. And so we work very diligently to try to figure out how we get new riders on what is a very major public investment, which is the fixed route public transportation system. Talking about our fixed route, I did want to highlight for the committee that we achieved in 2022 100% alternative fuel in our 68 vehicle fleet. We also were an early adopter of electric buses, and we have 23 that we operate. I shared last year, and I'll share again, that we pretty much hit our max in terms of what we can do with electric buses, because while they're a great technological advancement, they are challenged in terms of our world, which is the charges on average go for about 100 miles. And much of our system, we need 300 miles a day. So we were very selective on which routes and how we use the electric buses, but we're very proud that we have a third of our fleet all electric. We've recently added, much like Southern Nevada RTC, hydrogen fuel cell buses, which are funded by the federal government. So we have 2 in-house. We haven't put them into service yet because we're still working through the biggest challenge in this particular fuel source is the fueling. As you can imagine, it's new and a growing industry, but one that hasn't matured to the point of reliability and predictability. We did get this year, proud to say, a grant from the federal government for an additional 6. So hopefully by this time next year, we'll have 8 hydrogen fuel cell buses in operation. And the advantage of those, unlike the electric, there is no limitation in terms of their length of service or the miles they can serve, only, of course, how full their tank is. And lastly, I just want to touch on, as I mentioned, we are working to permanently establish hydrogen fuel cell facility, but I'm sure the committee has heard and is one that you're of interest is how does that particular fuel source, not only in public transportation in general in terms of replacing petroleum fuels, how important it is to our state moving forward, and one that we certainly will engage with the state and any other people who are interested in how we advance that technology. So our goal in terms of public transportation, again, which is often thought of as the transit, is really constantly figuring out how we increase ridership. As Senator Daley said, the constant thing we hear is there's no one on the bus. Not really true, but a lot of times you see the bus, there's very few people on, 1 or 2, and a lot of that has to do with the nature of it. But what we're really trying to focus on is not only for that perception, which is important because the public transportation system couldn't work without a sales tax, and that sales tax is paid for primarily people who don't ride the bus. So it's a high bar and something we want to be aware of to make sure the public sees value in the public transportation system. So we've structured ours to start first with our fixed route. And what we're doing with that, in study after study of passengers, what they tell us is a lot of things you might think are important to them, there's really only 2 things that they really care about, and that's frequency and reliability. So if you ask them what's the most important, that's what they'll tell you time and time again. So we've created, and you heard this term used by MJ, bus rapid transit. So our bus rapid transit system right now is focused on Virginia Street and 4th Street between Reno and Sparks. And in those corridors, we have 10-minute bus trips, as compared to what you'll often hear is hourly, or maybe if we can afford it, every half hour. But you can imagine for people who want to use the public transportation system, having it there frequently and having it longer hours of the day is probably what's most important. The other tools, which I'm going to talk about a little more, are Flex Ride, which is microtransit. You'll hear, this is our label for it, but it's microtransit, van pool program, and then a senior ride taxi bucks service that we provide. So first, in terms of the microtransit, which are provided by these smaller vehicles called cutaways in the industry, the beauty of these is that with the fixed route system, you're pretty much defined, even though it's rubber tire and it can move, you build bus stops, you invest a lot on a particular route, and so those are only successful if people come to that bus. Where the microtransit allows us to define smaller geographic areas within the community where we run these buses, and it really lets us go, if you will, curb to curb. So we can go pick people up where they are and not force them to go to where the bus is. And that's been very successful in increasing ridership. We have 4 zones, and we have a plan with our board to move that forward as resources available, not only in terms of the cost to buy and operate, but also in terms of finding drivers. And I would point out that our fare is exactly the same as fixed route, so there's no premium or additional cost to the microtransit program. A couple other programs, the one that has been wildly successful with seniors in our community, which we define as people above 60 years of age, is we have the Senior Taxi Bucks program, whereby we provide free of charge $60 per month to seniors qualified who come in and get the card, if you will, and then they can use that to order taxis, to use their Uber, and to use Lyft. And what we found during the pandemic, where we were really challenged, is the Uber and Lyft addition to our public transportation world was wildly successful in terms of getting people around. So if you think of public transportation, the continuum between everybody going to the same place and getting on a bus, and then individually getting public support in moving around to your doctor's appointments, and particularly with seniors, that's what it is primarily. We found that this whole gamut of services are really valuable to our customers. And then lastly, I wanted to touch on something that was it's a national program, but one that's not really, I think, frequently used, which is what we call our van program. So we subsidize with federal money a driver to take out, or basically be the owner, if you will, because they get the vehicle, in exchange for them driving other people to work. And we've really found great success. As this slide says, we are 6th in the nation, giving, even though we're very, very small compared to most of the places in California that are really successful, or LA, San Francisco, places like that. Part of that is because of our geography, which is the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center, which is 20-some miles east of us, that has very few homes and a lot of jobs. So that is real conducive to this van pool program, and a major user of the 334 vans we use. But also, about 2 years ago, and particularly last year, we started finding great success at Tahoe with the ski resorts and some of the businesses up there as a tool to be able to agglomerate or collect trips together. And so very proud of that program, and it shows a lot of promise, one that hopefully will help us in many ways and the community in general to reduce the number of trips on the road. So getting back to attracting customers in our public transportation world, I just wanted to touch on a couple things that we do. And two that I really want to highlight is the transit app. So we have this app we moved to, I think, Jim, a year or two ago, which is a nationwide app. So the beauty of that is, of course, as you move from community to community, people don't have to learn a new app in order to use their bus system. I don't know the real reason, but we actually were the largest increase year over year in the country in terms of using that mobile app. Maybe it's because we started it, I don't know, but it's certainly something we want to brag about, that people are really using it, finding it to not only determine where their next bus is, but also to pay. And eventually we want to move away from using coins and cash and move to an all cashless system, which we think will benefit not only us, but also, more importantly, the customers. And then lastly, one of the things we've taken on this past year with our board's direction is to really dive deep into the Spanish-speaking customer base. And it's not only just because it's the right thing to do, but it's also because it's a huge proportion of potential riders. I think in the numbers we found, we were like at 8% of the Spanish-speaking population use the bus, even though they're almost 30% of the population. So it's one that we're spending our resources on and our effort, and we've hired some specialized consultants to help us message out, maybe not taking English messages and turning them into Spanish, but actually tuning our message to people who speak Spanish and to resonate our message with them. So I wanted to switch now over to the other core service we do, which is road building and road maintenance. So this graphic gives you an example of what we spent last year, almost $88 million. And I would say of those 2,600 jobs, that the overwhelming majority are union jobs and provided by collective labor agreements, at least with their employers. So we're a significant source of employment in our community, particularly those people in the labor force. Another thing that probably hits home more to Senator Daley than the others, but I just wanted to highlight some of the projects that we've got that we're working on right now. Proud to say we got 65 projects as a single agency that we're really working through, and that the big ones, a couple of the big ones are Arlington Avenue bridges, Lemon Drive, which for those of you who aren't familiar is an area that flooded some years ago. We have a intermittent lake there that's a terminal lake, and it flooded, and the road basically was a disadvantaged community, had no way to get in and out. So that's one of the projects. Mill Street, a road that feeds downtown Reno. And then lastly, Sparks Boulevard, which is a critical road for our Spanish Springs area. We're going to begin construction this year and widening that project, which is, as you can see here, a little more than $70 million project. So touching on our revenues, we have three major funding sources: fuel tax, which of course you've already talked about in terms of the indexing, and we were the first, I think, in the state to do it, and we've had it the longest. Ours does not sunset. As you can see here, about 50% of the revenue that we bring in to operate our county's transportation needs comes from fuel tax, which is limited by law to roadways. We also have a sales tax, which you can see here is 22% of our revenue. That is solely devoted to public transportation, so we do not use any of that money and cannot by law use any of that money for roads. We do have a 1/8 cents fuel tax that was approved by the voters more recently that we can use either way. In other words, if we have a tough year in public transportation, we can use that sales tax for running our transit program. If we have a robust or a good year in sales tax, then we can also use that 1/8 cent on roads. So it's been very helpful in moving it back and forth because, as you know, sales tax particularly is vulnerable for fluctuations with the economy. And then lastly, I want to talk about federal funding. We provide basically the majority of the federal funds that pass through into our county, particularly those coming from FTA, USDOT. We work very closely with NDOT. You can see also here that there's only a small slice of our revenue that comes from NDOT, and that is actually federal pass-through money. So I guess from the standpoint of everything you have to deal with in providing funding for all the state needs, I would say we're pretty self-sufficient. We don't, as a general rule, use state money to meet our needs, but we certainly are appreciative of the legislature and its ability to empower us to meet our needs, particularly with our index fuel tax. So as far as how we spend the money, as you can see, a third of it is on transit, and the reason that doesn't balance necessarily at the revenue is because the federal government pays a significant amount of the capital cost. They really don't pay for operations, but they pay for capital. And then we use our fuel tax really split between preservation of our existing roadway network and then also new roadway projects. And then you can see that sliver there of debt. So we have about a $26 million a year debt service that we have to provide that obviously comes out of the top before we spend our money on the other things I just mentioned. So I wanted to end with these last two slides just talking about the fuel tax because I know that's a major subject for this group and for all of us transportation agencies. We indexed and started the index in 2010. So obviously we've had it the longest and it's been able to grow over time. It does fund pretty much everything we do in streets and highway, and the challenge we're facing right now is the maintenance. As the community grows, the maintenance end gets bigger and bigger, and the roadway needs for new construction and widening don't go away. So moving forward, that'll be our probably biggest financial challenge. But I did want to end, coming back to this conversation about fuel tax replacement, I would say we're not in a dire situation. We're able to keep our head above water. Because of our scale, we're not in the same level of fiscal cliff on public transportation that Southern Nevada is, but it's just a matter of time. You heard two of you drive electric vehicles. I know my son just bought one. As they become cheaper and more people want to move to them, I would argue it's beyond the point of whether they're going to be adopted. It's more of how quickly can they get out and people can buy them. My fear talking to you is that, right now it may be only a single percentage of the population, but what happens if we're at 20, 30% of the population driving electric vehicles and they haven't been paying any tax at all? I would guess it's a pretty hard lift to get those people who've been able to use the road system without contributing into it to want to pony up their money. So time is of the essence in our world, not necessarily from the crisis of being able to take care of business, but a problem that only gets worse as time goes on. So I listed here some things that have come out of the NDOT-led study. I would say that our assessment as RTC Washoe is that probably the most expedient and realistic as we study the road user charge and the complexity of that is probably some kind of interim flat fee that could be equitably set but easily collected to at least not let us get further and further behind. So with that, I will close my presentation and certainly provide any of the three of us here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Committee members, do we have questions for RTC Washoe? Okay, I can't see my members up north, so just click.
Quick.
All right. Senator Daley, please.
And thank you for getting to the parity and the fuel tax and versus all of that stuff. Are you guys aware of anything different on the impacts or additional impacts from electric vehicles? And based on the weight, they're correct. I mean, any studies or any information regarding that?
For the record, Bill Thomas to the Senator. We have not spent any time and energy other than just the conversation that you're hearing, which is they're much heavier, which is true. The information I got is we have heavier vehicles already, so while they may individually add more wear and tear, they're not so significant that would be a real driver. But what we really are studying is the loss of fuel consumed, which, year over year, we're basically flat. Even though we're growing, much like Southern Nevada, more people are here, and people are actually driving more. Not a shocker, but people aren't driving less, they're driving more. We're just, we're at that pinch point now where the indexing isn't covering the increase in costs. And if it doesn't cover that incremental next driver, we've got both of those compounding. So that's why we feel it's urgent to get an answer before it is a crisis.
Yeah, understood, and I agree. And I know, and I believe it's statewide when you go to DMV to register, and it's on the honor system where they put in your mileage and all that kind of stuff. So that's leaning towards a vehicle miles traveled type of system. And you have the whole privacy issues and various things there, but I think that can be overcome. The only one on your list I don't like is toll roads. Forget that one. Just FYI. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Watts.
Thank you, Chair. Second my colleague from Senate District 13 when it comes to toll roads. So you mentioned during your presentation that you're looking to move towards a cashless system at some point. Could you just talk a little bit about that? I've certainly heard concerns that while so many people are moving to, cards or to apps and digital-based payment, there's still going to be a portion of the population that is going to want to do transactions via cash. So could you just revisit that a little bit and kind of talk about how you intend to manage that to make sure that we don't unintentionally create access issues for folks to be able to get on transit in the future, even as we're looking to try and streamline some of those things? Because I know that, again, it's, for a lot of people, that's easier, and it probably also helps with getting people on and off if they're not fumbling through looking for cash.
Bill Thomas, for the record. Glad to, Assemblyman Watts. So as you pointed out, many of our customers, that's just the way they work. They may have coins in their pocket, and that's how they get around. So what we do is, instead of having that potential conflict point on the bus, where it often is a problem for the drivers and one that they make us aware of as a challenge, what we would do is move towards having kiosks in our transit centers so that somebody could buy a token or buy a card. We're thinking like a rechargeable card, so they could still use their cash, it's just they wouldn't be giving it to the bus driver, they wouldn't be putting in the device on the bus.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, additional questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to close out. Yeah, thanks. We're going to close out agenda item number 6 and take a 30-minute lunch break, although since it's 12:26, why don't we make it 34 minutes? And we will be back at 1 o'clock, and we will resume with a presentation related to agrivoltaics. So eat up. All right, see y'all soon. We're in recess. All right, the Interim Committee on Growth and Infrastructure will be back in order. And we will jump straight into agenda item number 7, which is a presentation related to agrivoltaics. That's the shared use of agriculture and photovoltaic power generation. We have with us representatives from the University of Nevada, Reno Cooperative Extension. I believe we have Ms. Misha Allen and Ms. Sheila Bray. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready. Yeah, just kick the RTC out of there. Try the escape. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for being patient with me while I brought that up. My name is Misha Allen. I am with the University of Nevada, Reno. I am the extension educator serving northern Nye County out of the Tonopah office, so a frontier community there in the center of the state. And I have a pretty great job. My job is to develop programming that is based off of community identified need. And well, about 2.5 years ago, my Nye County Public identified a lot of concern, anger, and fear around current and potential solar projects in our county. And in listening to Nye County Public comment over these years, I've learned that solar development really has a public image problem. And the public is telling us they don't like what they see and perceive as a scorched earth approach. The solar industry has had decades to embrace land stewardship or shared land use practices into their business models, but that they haven't. And so the public views utility scale projects as a bit of a land grab effort. Interestingly, the public has also spoken to a history of unkept promises with solar development. So they've told us that solar developers came in, they made big promises of community benefit, only to not deliver on them. And then to kind of add insult to injury, these projects began utilizing scarce resources from the community that they originally said that they didn't need. And fire department resources are a good example of that. So while I was hearing all of this, I was also aware of the federal renewable energy goals and the funding that was being allocated for solar development. So I really knew that there was going to be a wave of solar that was coming our way. So I set out to look for potential solutions and alternatives that might be appealing to my public. And I found shared land use projects that incorporate solar generation as a co-priority rather than a singular priority. So agrivoltaics and ecovoltaics are two examples of dual land use strategies. And agrivoltaics is farming and ranching under solar panels, and ecovoltaics is conservation efforts under solar panels. And I think that it's important and advantageous to our renewable energy efforts to differentiate these shared land use strategies of agrivoltaics and ecovoltaics from photovoltaics, which is straight solar. And that's because they're not the same. Their business models are different, as are their operations and daily management practices. And this is because shared land use strategies are co-prioritizing multiple services. And you can really see that difference here. You can see that these are different businesses. So single priority solar on the left is solar centric. The public looks at this and they think it's exploitative to our lands, that it's ugly, that the incentives are being offered to other states, like it's going to California, and that they don't see any local benefits pertaining to them. On the other hand, on the right is agrivoltaics and ecovoltaics with co-prioritized services. So you can tell that their business model is different. You can tell that their operating and daily management practices, they have to be different, right? Because they're able to grow plants and animals. Their impacts are different, and their community benefits are different. I had a participant actually tell me that the single priority solar, like you see on the left, looks like we're stuck in the past. And she said that the co-prioritized solar, like agrivoltaics, looks like progress to her. So how does agrivoltaics work? So this is the part that I find really exciting. It's very synergetic. The solar panels and agriculture actually work better together. So what's happening is that the solar panels provide shade to the plants. So the plants and the soil, they don't lose as much moisture. So this reduces the crop requirement for irrigation. So you're conserving water. And together, the solar panels and plants, they create their own little microenvironment, which is cooler underneath the solar panels. And so then this, in turn, it cools the solar panel temperatures and increases their efficiency in generating power. So you have happier plants because they get a reprieve from the sun. And the solar panels are happier because the plants underneath help create that cooler environment. So you don't get that heat island effect created by industrial areas. Additionally, this is good for farm workers and livestock. They like the shade too. It protects them from heat exhaustion and reduces physiological stress. So that creates a better work environment for people. It also creates better body composition in livestock. So I was skeptical about all of this at first, and I was concerned that this all sounded a little too good to be true. So I needed to see for myself. I needed to get boots on the ground on successful projects before I could bring this to my county. And so with a grant, I was able to visit 10 sites across 4 western states, with agrivoltaics being implemented in urban, rural, and frontier sites, demonstrating small, moderate, and utility scale projects. So just kind of keep in mind as we're looking at these upcoming slides that these states have community solar legislation that allows these operations to be successful. Here in Tucson, we have 2 different University of Arizona sites. So on the left is an elementary school site with a school garden under solar panels. We have elementary school students there that are lined up and university students that are there to teach science and research concepts. And on the right is a rooftop project. So in Tucson, they get too much wind and sun for a traditional green rooftop, but by adding that elevated solar, they're able to create a cooler environment that protects and makes this rooftop garden feasible. So these are native species that are grown there, all without irrigation. This Arizona installation is adaptable to both urban and rural projects. These have been replicated in multiple arid communities in Mexico, Israel, Kenya, and Morocco. They're used primarily for power, to power wells and produce food. And I think this is relevant to our Nevada farmers and ranchers that need to power their wells or livestock watering. This image is from Jack's Solar Garden. They have the Colorado Agrivoltaics Learning Center, which is their nonprofit arm. This is on 4 acres of solar. They generate enough power for their own operations and sell the excess to subscribers for a premium to help fund their nonprofit. They provide free land leases for research and community food programs, and they really appreciate having active land tenants on site as they partner in identifying any potential problems with the solar panels so that they can troubleshoot them quickly. These are some more photos of the same site, so Jack Solar Garden. And what's really unique about this site is the amount of community engagement and social use. Here they have university research plots from 3 different universities. The community food pantry grows produce. They host dance performances, exercise classes, weddings, corporate events. They have painting classes and educational workshops, one of which I'll be joining at the end of May. And this is a really great example of co-prioritizing social use along with energy production and agriculture production. Here with the Oregon State University, they have 2.5 acres of solar panels. They power the research farm and offset university utility bills, while also offering power to low-income households and nonprofits nearby. They're unique because they built their project as a farmer would. This system has a 10-year return on investment without incentives. They have another system under development that has a 4.5-year ROI due to new federal incentives. And this site in California generates 4.5 megawatts on 18.5 acres. The power generated offsets the institution's utility costs, saving them an impressive $17 million over 20 years. And here they grow forage and graze the university's sheep herd as needed year-round. So they employ 0 mowers. The sheep do all the work. And I definitely saw the advantage of having a herd as part of those year-round operations. This is another view of the same site. I think the photo demonstrates the ability for installations to accommodate slope. And then just as a side note, this is the only facility that I visited that actually washes their panels. And then I think it was more for research purposes. This is a 550 megawatt energy project in California. This project is on 12,000 acres with 3,200 acres of solar panels. On the right, you can see the Google Map image of the project's footprint. And this project is an example of why I prefer to use the term shared land use rather than dual land use for agrivoltaic and ecovoltaic projects, because here they have 3 priorities: solar, agriculture, and wildlife conservation. They grow their own forage also and contract out to graze 6,000 sheep seasonally. So they do require mowers for the rest of the year. Quite a few mowers, actually. And I did see opportunities for improvement on their range management practices, but I think that this is a really good example of a solar developer making efforts to embrace a co-priority project into their business model. So as we look at ways to encourage shared land use strategies like agrivoltaics and ecovoltaics, I do recommend a 3-prong approach. So research and demonstration projects, ideally across the state, and UNR would be a great partner. We have 18 experiment stations and 10 extension demonstration gardens across the state. And then second is education for the general public, decision makers, ag producers, and solar industry partners. And we have, through Extension, 22 county-based offices to partner and disseminate information and statewide programs that get developed. The interest for agrivoltaics is already here from producers, natural resource managers, water managers, leaders, our tribal partners, particularly with communities in over-appropriated water basins, trying to find ways to keep their farms and ranches afloat when faced with increasing water scarcity and loss of water rights. They have been reaching out to me for guidance from all over the state, so I'm seeing public interest already with agrivoltaics. I think that the limiting factor here, though, is legislation. And all of the researchers and operators that I talked to on this tour told me that their success would not have been possible without the community solar legislation. So I see agrivoltaic adoption in Nevada really hinging on legislation. So looking broadly at potential policy needs surrounding this issue, I would suggest, first we start by learning from other states' community solar legislation and their impacts. I do wonder if there's a need for a policy analysis project. And same thing with terminology. I would consider defining the types of shared land use projects that co-prioritize solar. And I can provide an example of definitions if interested. I also wonder if the solar industry needs guidance and education on land stewardship goals or state expectations. And then finally, I do encourage you to consider community capacity in all of this when you're looking at large-scale projects in particular, not just solar, but mining and other large-scale projects that, my work focuses on sustainability across systems. So lands, people, and industry. And for industry to be sustainable, they need to rely on a sustainable community. And sustainable communities rely on sustainable industry. They go hand in hand. And so I would be happy to return for a separate presentation on how to co-create that community support of these large-scale projects in tandem with creating project support of community needs. So thank you for allowing me this time to present, and I hope that you find this informative as you consider agrivoltaics in Nevada moving forward. I love talking agrivoltaics, so feel free to email me with questions or comments, and I would like to return this back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Committee members, any questions for Ms. Allen? Okay. Senator Daley.
No, I didn't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I saw you kind of waving your hand there. Vice Chair Watts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. So, I guess my first question is, based on some of the sites that you've seen, can you just talk a little bit about what that process has looked like? So has it primarily been the integration of solar energy generation onto agricultural land that was already in production? And has there been modifications to kind of how those agricultural activities occur, and or have there also been changes to what the agricultural production is, changes in crops or changes in activity?
Misha Allen with the response. Thank you for those questions. So there's a couple of components to your question. So most of the research sites that I visited, they were actually developed to be agrivoltaic operations. Going back to Jack's Solar Garden, and so that one was an existing farm and in production, and they were struggling with water issues very similar to what we're experiencing here in Nevada. The Nature Conservancy actually provided some public comment in regards to Eureka in Diamond Valley. Very similar issues there of folks at risk of coming out of production just simply because of lack of water. And so for Jack's Solar Garden, they did add solar to a portion of their property, so just those 4 acres. And so he is a huge advocate for agrivoltaics, how it has reduced their water requirements. He designed it in a way to where he can bring his agricultural equipment through there, so he's using the exact same equipment. So the design would be different for each producer based off of the realities of what they're working with, right? Because they don't want to have to buy new machines. That's a heavy investment. And And so he is seeing great production with a decrease in water use. He's also trialing some different projects of not using any irrigation to see kind of that cost benefit analysis. So it's possible.
That's great. And, I think that is something that you mentioned demonstration projects. I think one of the big issues that we would need to address here to look at this is to have some projects on the ground and help understand for some of our major industries and our climate what some of the different forms of that could look like. I know particularly in Diamond Valley with the severe water issues that they're facing, there's conversations about taking, kind of transforming what the production looks like on that land. And I think it is really worthwhile, to look into what some of those alternatives are that can, that can reduce the water use but still keep land in production, so that we're not seeing the elimination of agricultural land, but kind of the transformation of it, and then helping address some of the lost income from the prior production with power. So I think that, again, being able to have something that we can have, I guess, a range of projects that we can deploy so that folks in agriculture could see to understand what it would look like, what kind of the economics could be, and what benefits could be realized. I think you mentioned in your production, water use could be lowered. I think there's some research that shows that depending on the production, you can actually get increased yields from what's being grown. So just being able to understand some of those things and then figure out some of the electric side issues of figuring out how we get things connected into the grid, and if that is producing more than the power needs of that individual producer. I think you discussed that a little bit in your presentation. How do we get that out there and provide benefits to the surrounding community as well? So, I think that makes a lot of sense as kind of the next step, and really being able to show what the possibilities would look like here in Nevada in our different agricultural areas before we then move into potentially broader policies to really scale up adoption of this.
Misha Allen, in response, I completely agree. The demonstration projects, I think, are great, are important. I mean, in essence, what I showed were pictures of to demonstrate the ability, the feasibility, and the viability of it. I think that what's happening in Eureka is really great. Not great. It's an opportunity for us. They're showing us what the producer questions are. They're showing us the producer interest. They're showing us. So they have a lot of concrete questions, and I really think that it's important that we start addressing those in some kind of a workshop type format. I do have a grant request out for travel to visit a couple of other states that provide workshops for both landowners and solar installers. And I really think that kind of concrete show me type of workshop is also important. And that's important now, not in another year, not in another 5 years, which a research or a demonstration garden. So I think that these things, we really need them in tandem urgently. There's an urgent need here in Nevada.
I agree with that, and also the collaborations with the various electric providers, whether that's the the utilities, the rural co-ops, also really have to be involved in figuring out how we can get these projects built and then connected into the grid and connect to the rest of the community. The one other question I wanted to put out there that I don't think came up in this. I've heard that there are some federal grant or federal funding opportunities for some of these things. I think there's the Rural Energy for America program is one that I know of. I don't know if there are others out there. So is there any information that you could provide to us on how looking into these programs could potentially leverage federal dollars to, one, support those projects or just kind of bring in additional support to make these things happen and increase economic activity in our community?
Misha Allen in response. So definitely I think that would be an important component to be incorporating into workshops with producers. This is part of those concrete, how does this work? I have colleagues in Oregon State University who have done this many times, and so they're familiar with that Inflation Reduction Act, where there's the funds that are helping to offset the ROI significantly in this project that they're working on now. I haven't been able to get that far on any of our projects, right? So for me, it's difficult to identify the incentive of being able to do this as a producer when you don't get to use your own power. With the current legislation, they can't use the power for themselves. And yeah, so there's a lot of challenges there that the current situation and legislation is not supportive of agrivoltaics development. Yeah.
Well, I'd really like to continue this conversation and get all the stakeholders together. It sounds like there is quite a bit of momentum in Eureka County around this. I think there's probably also, again, when we look at this overlapping of energy opportunities, economic opportunities, and also water scarcity and constraints. I think there's also a lot of opportunities in the southern portion of Nye County. So I would love to continue to discuss this and figure out some of the informal things that we could do to bring together all the different stakeholders and help identify locations, producers, and figure out what are the opportunities and the barriers to being able to do this, figure out how we can both partner with those folks in the private sector as well as look at maybe some of these demonstration facilities that you have, look at partnerships with the Desert Research Institute and our other higher education institutions, and figure out how we might be able to all work together and then see if there's any need for state policy or other support that could really help get these things moving forward in the next year. So again, I really appreciate you bringing this to our attention and providing some of that additional detail.
Assemblyman Carter.
Thank you for the presentation, and I'll just say ditto on everything that Assemblymember Watts said. Apologize for using your name. And we talked briefly about this, and I'm sitting there thinking that we need to visit the UNR Cooperative Extension Orchard here in Las Vegas, the demonstration orchard where they've been in use for a long time, proving the viability of backyard orchard culture here, and it seems like a perfect intersection of resources to do a trial on. So just wanted to throw that out there while we were talking. So I don't forget, because I will forget.
Misha Allen in response, thank you for that suggestion.
Okay, committee members, any more questions, comments, suggestions? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you so much for being with us and for hanging in there post-lunch. We appreciate it. We'll go ahead and close out agenda item, 7, and open up agenda item 8, which is a presentation on clean energy supply chains. We have the National Conference of State Legislatures with us. We've got Alex McWard. Thank you for hanging on post-lunch as well. Go ahead and begin your presentation whenever you're ready.
All right, yeah. Let me just pull up my slides here. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me to present for you all today. My name is Alex McWard. For the record, I'm a policy specialist with the energy program at the National Conference of State Legislators. NCSL is the bipartisan organization representing the legislators of our nation's states, commonwealths, and territories. Our mission is to advance the effectiveness, independence, and integrity of legislators and to foster interstate cooperation and facilitate the exchange of information among legislators. And so today, I'll be giving a brief presentation on the legislative trends concerning clean energy supply chains. So clean energy supply chains is a pretty vast topic, so I'll be giving a broad overview of the different parts of the supply chain while providing examples of recently introduced and enacted state legislation relevant to each part of the supply chain. So there are 5 different parts of the supply chain I will primarily be focusing on, and that is raw materials, research and development, manufacturing, end of life or waste management of energy systems, and then clean energy workforce. And I'm highlighting these specific parts of the supply chain because they were some of the key points discussed in the DOE report released a couple of years ago called America's Strategy to Secure the Supply Chain for a Robust Clean Energy Transition. So this report details the country's needs to achieve a sufficient supply chain to develop a clean energy development. And this report really provides more detailed information regarding supply chain needs, and it lays out the federal plan for supply chain development. So it may be a valuable resource for additional information after this presentation. So the first part of the supply chain I'll focus on is raw materials. And so a key aspect of the clean energy supply chain is raw material availability. And raw materials consist of critical minerals and materials that are necessary for the manufacturing of clean energy supplies and technologies. And the Department of Energy has full lists of what it defines as a critical mineral or critical material, but they generally consist of rare earth elements and resources such as cobalt, lithium, or nickel that are necessary for components of clean energy systems. Sorry. In terms of state legislation, we do see a lot of states considering legislation regarding lithium specifically, as that is typically for batteries for energy storage or EVs. But it's my understanding that you have another presentation today focused specifically on energy storage. So I'm not going to go into that too much today. But we really haven't seen too much legislation recently considering broadly raw materials. However, I would just like to mention this bill from Minnesota that was introduced this year. It focuses on recovery of critical minerals from end-of-life products or from products at the end of their life through the creation of an advisory task force. So this task force is required to focus specifically on critical materials from renewable energy systems. So the next part of the supply chain we'll look at is research and development. Apologize for my voice, I'm a little under the weather today. Research and development. So research is an important part of establishing the supply chain, as research provides a better understanding of clean energy technologies and can help implement them in a more efficient and cost-effective manner. So last year we saw a decent amount of legislation enacted regarding clean energy research. First, Virginia enacted legislation expanding the powers of the Southwest Virginia Energy Research and Development Authority to support the development of hydrogen production and various forms of renewable energy, including geothermal, solar, and wind energy. The authority is directed to focus particularly on the development of energy on closed power plant sites, such as former coal sites. The next, Texas enacted a bill to establish the Semiconductor Innovation Consortium. And so now I'll mention semiconductors throughout this presentation. Semiconductors are considered a critical component for clean energy technology as they're used for converting and transferring energy in various types of renewable energy systems. So furthering the research and manufacturing of semiconductors is seen as a priority for a strong supply chain development. And we do see a decent amount of state legislation targeted specifically towards semiconductors. Finally, we have seen a few pieces of legislation from Utah enacted to promote energy research. And so last year they created the Utah Energy Research Grant Program, and this program is designed to provide matching grants to applicants that have received federal or private grants for energy-related research. Then this year they established the Utah San Rafael Energy Lab. And this lab is meant to conduct energy technology research, enter into financial contracts with entities looking to use the lab, and assess the viability of new energy solutions for deployment in the state. All right, so the next phase I'm going to discuss is the actual manufacturing of clean energy systems. And so this is probably the part of the supply chain that we are seeing the most legislative action from states. Establishing a strong domestic manufacturing base is critical for reaching the clean energy targets that many states have set for the next few decades. So states are looking to reduce the reliance on foreign-built components by attracting domestic manufacturers, supporting local workforce opportunities, and building new manufacturing facilities. And we can see that states are kind of at different phases and taking different approaches to this issue right now. And so a couple of years ago, South Carolina passed a resolution for a study to evaluate the state assets necessary to create a roadmap to attracting offshore wind energy supply chain industries to the state. And so offshore wind is really the area we're seeing the most action being taken in terms of improving manufacturing capacity. Last year, we saw a couple of offshore wind projects on the East Coast get canceled due to inflation and supply chain constraints. So this is definitely an issue that states are really concerned about right now. And now, I know that offshore wind really is not as relevant to all of you in Nevada as it is to our coastal states, but I want to mention it just because it is the sector of renewable energy that we are seeing the most legislation considered right now regarding manufacturing and supply chain issues. And so you can see I included two more examples of offshore wind legislation with California and Maryland. So California enacted Assembly Bill 3 requiring plans to be developed for seaport readiness and in-state offshore wind manufacturing. We're seeing a lot more bills like this targeted towards offshore wind compared to other renewable resources because offshore wind is very much in its early stages of implementation and has a lot of unique requirements for manufacturing. States are having to develop specific port facilities for manufacturing, and transporting the wind turbines requires specific vessels offshore. So that's why we're seeing states like California and South Carolina implementing these studies and plans to gather an understanding of the development needed for in-state manufacturing. In addition to conducting studies on manufacturing and supply chain readiness, states are also implementing incentives for in-state manufacturing. So Washington enacted a bill that allows renewable energy manufacturers to apply for tax deferrals in the state. Meanwhile, Colorado then created a tax credit for semiconductor manufacturers in the state, which, as I mentioned earlier, are critical components for renewable energy systems. And then finally, Maryland's bill requires offshore wind developments to sign a community benefit agreement, which essentially requires projects to use locally manufactured components for turbines and then employ a local workforce for projects. Now, I really just quickly want to highlight a couple of manufacturing trends we are seeing this current legislative session. So first, while we have states who are looking to promote domestic manufacturing through tax incentives or these agreements. We do see some states that have gone a bit further to introduce legislation creating requirements for renewable energy systems to be manufactured in the U.S. For example, Illinois introduced a bill this year that would prevent the Illinois Power Agency from using ratepayer funds for solar panels not manufactured in North America. And then the next trend we're seeing is states looking to make the manufacturing process itself emission-free. So we're seeing examples of legislation like those introduced in Rhode Island and in New York, which would require renewable system components to be manufactured using renewable energy. And so now I want to discuss the end-of-life process for clean energy systems. The lifespan for solar panels and wind turbines ranges from 20 to 35 years. So we are seeing a decent amount of legislation tackling this issue as states are preparing for the end-of-life management of these systems. Last year in Indiana, Texas, and Washington all enacted legislation to conduct studies on the decommissioning of solar and wind facilities. And these studies are required to consider things such as best practices for disposal and recycling, the potential for financial assistance to promote decommissioning, or the creation of a state program to manage the decommissioning process for solar and wind projects. Then another example of enacted legislation from last year was Maine expanded upon its definition of decommissioning to include provisions for the recycling of solar energy waste components. The previous definition had only accounted for the revegetation of the land disturbed, but not really the disposal of the components of the energy system itself. And then North Carolina enacted new decommissioning requirements for owners of utility scale solar projects. And so this bill lays out the steps for the decommissioning process and also requires owners to submit decommissioning plans and establish financial assurance, which financial assurance is a pretty standard requirement among state decommissioning laws. And it basically just ensures that the owner of the system has the financial means to decommission the system. And this assurance can come in various forms, such as insurance, trusts, or bonds. So those are some examples of 2023 legislation. So far this year, we've seen 61 bills that have been introduced regarding end-of-life management for renewable energy systems. And some examples include this one from Arizona, which was introduced proposing solar panel disposable fund. And the fund would really be used to issue grants to local governments to support with the decommissioning, disposal, and recycling of solar panels. And then finally, Minnesota also introduced legislation which require the implementation of a stewardship program, which is essentially a plan for managing discarded renewable waste throughout the state. And both those, Arizona and Minnesota, are introduced but have not been enacted. And then finally, I want to go over some legislation that has been enacted regarding workforce development. The expansion of a domestic supply chain will make a significant number of jobs available throughout the country, and a lot of these require highly skilled workers. And so developing this workforce through the proper training and education is really necessary for supporting that domestic supply chain. And so below you can see some examples of legislation states have enacted regarding workforce preparedness. So in Oklahoma, they enacted a bill that allows the State Board of Career and Technology Education to establish new courses focused on hydrogen energy to expand awareness and educate students on the topic. Then Illinois enacted a bill that applies the prevailing wage requirements for projects receiving incentives as part of the Illinois Solar for All program. So this means that the construction of the project must be performed by workers receiving wages greater than or equal to the defined Prevailing Wage Act. And so Illinois' Prevailing Wage Act requires contractors to pay workers working on a public project the general wage that prevails for that type of work in the locality. So this bill would basically extend that wage protection to solar workers as well. Next, New Hampshire Senate Bill 152 established the Workforce Development and Innovation Fund and creates the Offshore Wind Industry Workforce Training Center Committee. And this committee is really meant to examine offshore workforce needs and make recommendations regarding workforce training efforts. And then Oregon established the Semiconductor Talent Sustaining Fund to support the training and research